All right, hello, hello, hello. How's it going there, Amanda? How are you? So we're in the actual career game here, so we're gonna go ahead and fuel up, and then we'll take off out of here, and we will probably head down to FJ. I want to get some fuel going, so let's look at our fuel situation here. So we have nay diesel. Ooh, that's ugly. We'll see what we have in the tank here. We have no diesel at all here. And we need to make it down to FJ. So FJ's got a good bit of diesel, but I want to grab some jet fuel. So let's go ahead and let's see what we have in this tank. I want to make sure we can get out of here. So let's see. We have 21 liters, so we should be good. All right. So let's make sure. I think the brake's on. Check this. Okay, good. That's off. Check the brakes. Variable brake is 1. Oh, you know what it is? I bet I know what's up with this. That's what it is. I didn't fix the toggle, so the brakes are on toggle. That's what the problem was yesterday, was the brakes were on toggle, so I didn't fix that. If I could walk correctly, it would be great shape. Yeah, the brakes were on toggle, so it's using my regular variable brakes, and it's building them up, and they're getting stuck. So, all right, let's go ahead. We want landing lights on, nav lights on. Let me make sure the game volume's up. All right, flaps are down. Go ahead and taxi somewhere where we can take off. So I want to get some fuel moving around, so I made some containers for Tethys that can hold some jet fuel and diesel. So they can be loaded on empty and then filled, and that will help us with some fuel transpo. Hopefully we don't hit the tracks too hard here. Here we go. Look at that. Whoop, whoop, whoop. Too hard, too hard, too hard, too hard, too hard. Too hard. We're in deep shit. Deep shit, deep shit, deep shit. I'm just going to reload the save on that one. I friggin' should have known that. That was what happened to me yesterday, is I forgot that the tracks have a bump there. And so I just rammed right into the bump. And I was not fast enough to take off. So we'll just reboot it real quick. Good to know. I should have. I got impatient. I should have just waited for the grass. I got impatient. I actually have to get this up to 60 knots. That's. Yeah, I saw another post the other day about people being like, you know, I wish they would, you know, put in real aerodynamics. It's like, is it a simulation of aerodynamics? No, but is it like, do a lot of the different factors? Do they actually factor in like stall? Yes, like it feels like a stall to me. Like we used to. You know, we used to have to, in the airlines, you could start your stall recovery at either the indication or the buffet. And so you can actually feel the buffet in the simulator. And, like, it feels like a buffet when we get... feels like a buffet when we're stalling a game. You know, it does the same thing. You gently start to sink, and then you know it's coming. And so it's, well, it's not perfect by any stretch of the imagination. It's pretty damn good. And, you know, I often see it's the people who don't know much about the stuff that will be like, fix aerodynamics. It's like, gliding is, you know, damn weak, but that's about it, you know, and you can fix that with negative rocket fins if you want. So. All right, let's get past the railroad tracks. I was hoping I could make it off before the railroad tracks, but that was a fool's errand, so. Let's not hit that too hard either. Let's try to behave ourselves here. Let's actually taxi out to the grass. Yeah, see this is a big ass bump right there. I didn't think of that when I first hit it. Got two of them here. There's one here too. I gotta make sure I get over this one. There we go. All right. All right, so let's look ahead, see where we're at. Try and find. Okay, so I think I can go left into the sunrise. All right, so I want to watch my airspeed. Oh, shit. There we go. There we go. All right, perfect. So I didn't need much more than the railroad tracks. It was pretty damn good. Let's take a picture of this synthwave background here. It's the sunrise. It came up pretty good. This is sunrise. Right there. All right, good. Nice. Up. Pay attention, dickhead. Pay attention, dickhead. All right, there we go. Let me make sure my flaps are up. No, my flaps need to come up. There we go. Flaps are up. All right, good. We're stable now. Need to keep an eye on temperature. Has the new cooling system in, should be pretty good, but I want to just double check it. So keep an eye on it. Still trying to test this out, make sure everything's running well. That's kind of why I rebooted. Was it's not a complete enough craft to really just be like, yep, it's done. I need a little bit of elevator trim there. There we go. How's it going there, CG? Alright, yeah, I may or may not fish today. We'll see how I feel at the time. Trying to get some more gameplay in today. We'll see. But yep, good to know. Thanks. How's it going, Turtleman? Yep, it is a nice spec. Thank you. Alright, good. Let's balance this. Let's do a little bit more trim here. A little bit of left aileron. Need like a 0.01. There we go. There we go. That's better. So now it's trimmed up nicely. Hands are off. Keep an eye on this temp. Doing pretty well. You know, it only has that little tiny little fuel tank is all it has. But we can pressurize the fuel tank. That's the cool thing about being able to pressurize liquids. You know, again, I talked about how, you know, a lot of people thought it was dumb, but it's like it's part of, you know, working into the game. But I also think the benefit of it is you can pressurize the liquid up to 60. And so you can kind of, you know, overfill your tanks a little bit if you want. Here's a TT down there. All right, so we'll go check on the refinery. We are out of jet fuel. Let's see how much we have. I think 27,000 liters of diesel in FJ. And so I want to get some moved into the base so that we can fill up Tethies, and we'll probably move some diesel. That's good. Glad you're doing well. I'm doing well. Woke up to raininess, so it's kind of a little bit of a downer, but it was kind of nice yesterday. But coming on spring, which is good. All right, let's check on that temp here. Perfect. Temp is like, you see it, like temp is well in control. And this is a pretty high RPS. We're at 19 RPS. So I got to change this over to RPM, but it's 19 RPS, and we're doing fine. Might see if I can get some sort of roll control in there. That's the only element that's a little bit touchy. Not much I can do. Yeah, because I just don't have the space to put microcontrollers in this. That's kind of been kind of on a small build kick lately because it's kind of fun to have some real limitations like that. It's one reason I love the build challenges. You know, when I participate in them is, you know, having good restrictions makes it really neat to be able to get the stuff in there you need and the stuff you don't. Yeah, see, like we're only at 55 degrees and we've been running 20 RPS the whole way, so no problem cooling. Doing 160 knots, so we're fast in this too. I need to fix that gauge still. Alright, so I put the flaps in, flaps coming in, watching our airspeed. We don't want to get much slower than 70. Flaps are full in. Beautiful. All right, retrim. We did a configuration change, and we need to retrim. You know, that little bit of aileron trim was because, you know, my thrust is down now. We're not at full throttle, so the torque is less off the propeller. These are all things you have to worry about IRL, you know. So, just pretty much the top of the needle there is around where I want to be for approach speed, so. A little retrim here. A little bit of retrim. So I'm a little fast there. So I just need to be able to just see that needle, make sure it's at the top. So it's good to set your gauges up like that so you can put it in like a recognizable position, like right at the top is where you want to be for approach. So we're kind of doing a cut-in base leg here. Alright, so I'm having to trim a little bit more. Every time, pitch power, configuration, trim. You know, you trim constantly in an airplane. It's constant. Alright, watching airspeed. Airspeed's good so far. It's coming down a little bit, so I just tapped up the power just a little bit. Tapped it back down a little bit. We're going to flare, so I need to tap power up. As I start to lift the nose up, I'm losing airspeed, so there we go. Or just up a little bit too much there. Chop the power just a hair too much. All right, good. Let's taxi in. I'm trying to remember what the trying to remember what my landing light was. What is this white light off the front? I don't know. Getting like, oh, it's just, yeah, I don't know what this white light is there. That's interesting. I'm interested to see how much fuel we had left. I think we had like 22, 21 liters, something when we left. So, give it a look. All right, nice. So, check fuel, ding dong. 21. So these aren't reading really well, so we probably have not used that much fuel, but it's tough to tell because the way the gauges are reading nowadays with pressure. Put out the next episode of the Q&A, question 7, which was about Steam. That was a really kind of interesting answer by Deltars. I went into it quite a bit on some of the stuff. The question 8 is actually my question, and that's when the recording cut out, so I was going to grab the section from the devs video, but they have not released it yet, so probably have to wait for that to be able to get that. All right, let's go ahead and let's grab something here. So I made these last night. They're just using the stock container preset. I pretty much chopped them up and then put tanks in here, and this will be able to be transported for fuel transport. So see what else. I just need something to get over there. I'm not going to run the Patway all the way over there. I'll run out of electricity. You know, it'd be kind of cool to build a little new truck for just tankerage. That could be kind of interesting. Could run this and put one of those new containers on too. Let's do that. Yeah, let's grab one. So we have a good bit of diesel in here. We'll grab some jet fuel. There, I think that's it. Yeah, okay. All right, so let's head over there and we'll grab some fuel. Music's. Let me know if the music's too loud, guys. I'm just gonna down it on my end just a little bit. Sometimes I get feeling like I have to talk over it. Okay. So these tanks are far too heavy to try to, you know, like crane on when they're full of fuel. They hold like 17,000 liters. So they'll be put on empty and then filled. Let's read some chat while I'm driving here. Yeah, I don't mind rain for like sleep. You know, it was pouring on the roof last night. It was nice to go to sleep too, but I don't know, it was just kind of blah. It's kind of gray looking outside. So hoping to announce the build challenge Friday. I have a couple ideas. I'm trying to... We'll figure it out what I want to do. It's going to be an airplane. So pretty much, I'm down to... I have 2 ideas, so we'll figure out what to do. Thanks there, Turtle Man. Glad you're enjoying it. What color is used for diesel and stormworks? IRL diesel is put in a yellow container. They don't have the actual liquid colored. Those are colorants too. They put in for the different types of fuels. Anyways, they put in colors. But you know, generally the containers are going to be green for oil, blue for kerosene, which is essentially jet fuel, and straw for diesel. There's a buffalo. Look at that buffalo. Alright, there's no pump on this, so I can actually shut this one down. It just relies on the pumps from the station, so... I don't have a hose. I gotta have to go fly and get a hose. I should put a hose somewhere here. Let's drop this. As I take for granted that my other vehicle has hoses on it, so... Why am I seeing this? I shut off map vehicles, I thought. Oh, I reloaded the save. That's why I was like, why is that doing that? It's just, here, let's steal this hose. I can always grab another one if I need it. Okay. That's why custom menu's on. You forget something silly like that, it'd be ultra frustrating to have to, like, go all the way back. So this is just easy peasy. Just teleport back, you know. Little honest mistakes like that are, you know, to be expected. Alright, good. So we're filling up in here. As you can see. Alright, nice. So I still see a lot of posts, people having issues with their fuel pumps disappearing. I've never had it happen, but if you watch this, if we no clip and we go over here quickly, the pumps are a vehicle. Okay, they're already in, so probably because we're so close. But the pumps are a vehicle, so the vehicle spawns in, so I'm curious if it's... my guess, if, you know, if correct, it would be it's a RAM issue that, you know, it's not loading in fast enough, or their PC's not fast enough that it's saving... And then once, essentially, you know, it doesn't load the vehicle in, the game does a save of the current state, and it saves it without the pumps in. You know, so... Because, you know, I've never had it, and I have enough RAM, so I'm curious if there's a corollary between the speed of the computer and if that's what it is. All right, so we'll let that fill for a little... I'm nervous about leaving that. There's an issue we have... I'm going to leave it, but there's an issue we have where... I think when it despawns and spawns back in, the hoses will pull the vehicle, so we'll see what happens. Trying to see 6,000. Liters divided by 13.7 is 437 divided by 60. It's going to take us about 7 minutes to fill it, so not too bad. All right, what do we want to do next? Let's see. We have a good bit of money. That's nice. What is this one? Crab boat requires servicing. We're not going to do that. I'm going to do the helicopter off screen. I'm going to go ahead and fix that. Lighthouse on fire. We're not going to worry about that. Could prime up. I'm trying to think. If we bring that jet fuel container. We're going to bring it here first anyway. We don't need a bunch of cash right now, but we do need to move some fuel around. So we could take Tethys out and grab some containers. Let's do that. I'm kind of feeling in the mood for that. So let's grab crab. Grab crab. Say grab crab 5 times. So let's grab crab. Grab. All right. And we will go ahead and pick this. And we'll pre-position some containers. So I already have a remote on me. Grab a couple containers we want to move for Tethys. And I'll load up Tethys with the skiff. That way, you know, I can go and do a rescue if it pops up, so I'm not just sitting there the whole time. All right, a little popcorn, yes. Nice. All right, good. So we'll go find 1, 2. I don't know where we want to go. Could go south to JSI. That could be interesting. I haven't taken a trip down there, so let's do that. Let's go south to JSI. Shouldn't have any issues down there. We should be able to get in there. We'll take 2. All right, that is sort of south 5, 4 for urine. Spot cakes. Spot cakes. Come, crab. Okay. Freight, urine freight, spot cakes. BVG. Spot cakes. JSI's 2. JSI's 4, so that's 6 total. That's a good one for spy cakes. We're not going to go to spy cakes right now. All right, let's see. JSI 4. Okay, there's a 4. Let's take this 4 for JSI. I don't think we're going to get a better one. I'll just run through these last couple real quick. I think we've seen 2 4s maybe. The couple bangers for spy cakes. Let's see what the differential is. So JSI will be here. Spy cakes really isn't that much longer. It is, but... What do we have for fuel up there? Trying to move some fuel around. Let's do that. Let's go to spy cakes instead. 81 minutes. Got a couple good prices, and I think it'll be kind of cool to hang out there. I like Draymore. I haven't been up there in a while, so let's head up there. JSI, there's not too much to do. Excuse me, pardon me. Pardon me there, crab. There depth perception here. I get the arm out here. There we go. Okay. Yeah, it's getting sticky here. Let's try to unstick it here a second. Why are you getting sticky there, guy? There we go. All right. Didn't like the angle I added on, so there we go. Now it's sliding. Okay. That's the nice thing with crab is like I can use the arms to really manipulate it the way I have to get it where it needs to go. So it's lets me get out of some of the sticky situations. That's why the other one I replaced it with crab was the crab just gives me a lot more adjustability. And so we want to be about center wheel. Oh, that's way too much. There we go. Just use that hard point to kind of get it there. A little bit on the back foot right there. All right. Trying to, let's jump up top. A little bit easier to drive from here. And we'll head over and drop this for Tethys. So just take the 2 right now. I probably could get away with a 4 stack on Tethys, but I'm not 100% sure, so I don't want to, you know, overload us. Yeah, spy case prices are pretty good, 11 and a 12. Let's get off and get off here. I want to make sure that we're where I want to be. Alright, let's see. I need to make sure there's just enough space for the container, so. I might put a brake button on this. I have no like way to do the brakes. It's just I can shut it off and it will put the brakes on like that. But I don't have one that's just brakes, you know, so I guess I can click on and off for now. All right, there we go. All right, so let's go. I had it backwards. I'm on the left side, it's backwards. Yeah, like I can manipulate with the arms quite a bit here, and that's helpful. Stand by. There we go. All right. It's backwards when I'm on the left side, so it's a little bit confusing at times to do the inchworm. All right, there we go. All right, there we go. 2. I hit the space bar. That's why it's kind of doing a wheelie. All right. All right, so we'll go get a second. Yeah, I just wish the remote control worked like a seat where you could configure it. That's something I'd like to see because, like, I have to use the trims to get sticky. I like to be able to, you know, configure it like I do a seat. Now I don't remember where that other Spy Cakes one was. Let's check you. That's JSI. Which one are you? Yep, shit. Can't see what direction he's pointed because I'm standing on top of him here. What was that? That was JSI. Okay. Spy Cakes. It was a 12 for Spy Cakes, so I'm gonna check on that one. BVG. There's a juicy one for BVG. Is that it? 4. No, it's a 4. 3 for urine. Four for Spy Cakes. Looking for the 12 for Spy Cakes. So south. Oh yeah, is today Wednesday? Today is Wednesday. That's interesting. Yep. So I didn't even think of that. I knew Wednesday. I knew something was going on Wednesday, and I looked at my calendar. I'm like, nothing's going on. And it's I bet that's what I was thinking of. So that's interesting. We'll keep an eye out for that. If it, let me know if did it pop up. Okay, it popped up. All right, I'll have to, let's go ahead and take a quick break and we'll read it. All right, let's see. Did not even think to look. Completely forgot. All right, there we go. All right, let's go bring it up. Give it the old read. Come on, come on, come on. Get where you belong there, guy. All right, I'm gonna just mute up the music here. I'm gonna record it so I can just put the video out later too. And welcome back to the weekly update. This is version 1.10.4, the sticky rotation update for February 20th, 2024. And the first screenshot is that's by Maverick. Again, for those who don't know, just look in the vehicle showcase and you'll find where the screenshots come from. Instead of having to ask 200 times the same question. Why are we not jump to present here? Jump to present, please. Maverick. Done. Okay, let's see. Dear Stormworkers, this week we are releasing a new update along with many fixes and improvements. We have added a new vehicle editor change, sticky rotation. A component's rotation no longer orients based on the direction of the surface you are hovering, but rather responds to the rotation key. This change is intended to reduce the issue of it being unclear which key produces the rotation. Why is it always the last rotation key you try? And the next screenshot is by. That looks like an Archidude 11. Looks like an Archidude 11. So, but don't change websites, you sucker. Trying to find the, there we go. I'm trying to snap my windows here. Looks like an Archidude, this is a cool build. Looks like an Archidude 11. And I called it. All right. Archidude 11. This change obviously reworks a fundamental vehicle editor behavior that many players will be used to. While we expect most players will be relieved that this has finally been changed, we are also aware that some players may feel that they're used to the old behavior. However confusing as it was, let us know your thoughts and feedback. As well as this change, there are many fixes and improvements in response to player feedback on the issue tracker. Please see the patch notes below for full details. And the next screenshot is by. I saw this build, this new ROV. I forget who it's by, though, so we'll figure it out. There's Bun Bun. Bun Bun. All right, good. That's done. All right, here we go. A big thank you to everyone who turned up last week for the live stream. Much love, stormworks developers. And here are the patch notes version 1.10.4 rework. Orientation is now sticky when placing components in the editor. Fix leaks not using their bounding when resolving. Leaks not using their bounding when resolving with the ocean. Boats not sinking. That's a lot of people have been interested in that, so we'll have to do some testing. Crash fix for occasional issue with character input resetting. Hand item not clearing when teleporting. Fishing rod physics issues. Seats applying an offset to character position when testing for drowning. Advanced rotor counter torque forces applying in space. Waypoints are now grid-based and distant restraint has been removed. Remove inert electric node on liquid fuel rockets. Add-on reference to remove node location data.is environmental mod. Fix light issue on Arid Island. Update classic mode description. Rework raycast interactions to fix several issues with rays from recent character network physics changes. Rework visual effects of fluid jets. Directional RX description error. Distance sensor high electric consumption. Resolve buoyancy mesh generation issues for gas tanks. Enable keypad waypoints to work on the moon. Shows universal coordinates and not moon relative coordinates for Lua add-on compatibility. Fix fishing rod inventory description. Balance large solar cell price. Balance rebalance hopper mass. Thanks for watching, and we'll see you in the next one. All right, so that is recorded. So that's a pretty good update there. We'll see how I feel about this new rotation. Again, I've got 6,000 hours using it one way, so... again, you know, I made a video yesterday talking about, you know, you have to be adaptable in this game. And so it'd be hypocritical for me to just whine and bitch and complain about it. Now, they did ask for feedback. So, again, it's certainly valid to say, you know, I preferred it the other way. Is there a way to put an option? Something like that. But, you know, things are going to change and adaptability is key. So, you know, we'll take a run with it. I don't have the game updated since this has come on, so we'll have to what I'll do is we'll play a little bit of career. I'll update the game and we'll go into the custom game and we'll see how it works and we'll check out some of the other stuff. But so this one's interesting. Boats not sinking. Curious about this. Leaks not using their bounding when resolving with the ocean. So not sure what that technical speak means, but it says boats not sinking. So interesting with that. We'll keep an eye on that. I'm curious if it's so, you know, in my testing, the way it works is if the air pressure is over 1 atmosphere, it is in excess of the air pressure outside the hull, the water won't come in. If it is less than, the water will come in. Makes sense, makes, you know, normal sense, IRL. And then sometimes you get a situation where it would build the pressure up. So I'm curious if it's not letting the air out properly in the when the hulls are damaged, and that's what they fix. So we will check on that. Let's go head back to what I was doing, and then after we kind of get a little bit of career gameplay going, we'll start up the custom game and we'll check it out. I checked both of those liquids. Let's put the eye stalks back in. I think it was this black container. I thought it was a dark colored container. That's it. Yep, it was a dark colored container. All right. I fell off. I was like, why am I not moving? I fell off. And then I need to press 1 to make sure I'm energized on this side. So. There we go. All right. He's so strong. As I say it, he's gonna not want to lift. Sucker. Let's see which axis am I in? Okay. Yeah, that's typical, huh? Let me get on this side here. I'm gonna have him push it a little bit. Have him push it a little bit, make sure it's not sticking to the ground a little bit. What is going on? Why can't I? What's up with my arms here? Okay, let's go down a little bit. I'm trying to get him to push a little bit. I'm curious if it's the electricity. Let's check him real quick. Curious if the electricity gets down, if he becomes weaker. Why are we on info electricity? Oh, you know why? I went in here and I changed all these settings the first time, and then when I reloaded it, I did not go in and fix them, so that's why. So it's definitely not an electrical problem. Sometimes he's a little weak. We'll see. What's the weight on this one? Trying to jostle him a little bit here. It's going up. It's just slow here. Let's see. Yeah, sometimes he weak. Let's go try it from the other side. Should be the same, but... I'll try to get this picked up. Start the music again, too, here in a second. He does not like this container for some reason. I can't jostle him too much. Here, let's see. Jostle, 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 jostle. I'll try a different strategy here to see if I can lift it. There we go. All right, good. Got him. Got it. That works. See, that's why I wanted to redo this, because it's like every once in a while I get it where it acts a little weak, and I could do so much with the crab claws and the caterpillar unit on there that I can like see how I can adjust the height with the arms. So if it's struggling to lift a little bit, I can actually just adjust it with the arms as well. So there's a bunch of technical stuff I could do with this to kind of jostle and orient the container to get it to move like I did. And so that, you know, like little things like that where I can make adjustments is really helpful to be able to manipulate the containers. So it's kind of why this crab is superior to the predecessor. Was it just I have a lot more adjustability in the motions here. All right, let's jump on top. Like what I did was I used the eye stalks to grab the container and put it on top of the arms. You know, the longer the lever arm, the stronger it needs to be. So I moved it in closer to the body, and that was able to give me more power essentially, because the container effectively weighs less the closer it is to the center point of the body, of the pivot rather. And so I was able to drag it on top of the stalks and lift it no problem. So you could see it was getting close, so it just needed a little bit closer to the body to be able to attach. So it worked pretty well there. bring up chat real quick and try not to friggin' crash my guy into the drinky poo here. Yeah, but I like the old crab. Crab is a nice boy. All right, let's put this over here. I'm going to leave it on top of crab because I want to move it into the correct position, so I don't want to have to move the ship, so. All right. Big tip here. Do not get these anywhere friggin' close to each other while the connectors are on. Do friggin' not. So, shut that sucker off. That's a big tip. That could cause havoc, so you want to make sure that's off. So, all right, let's grab Tethy's from yesterday. The latest version right here. So this has the new front garage and everything, so we're just going to go ahead and grab it. And, where is the grab? There it is. I couldn't see it. All right. And so we want to be right, where is it? Right about there, probably. All right, good. All right, nice. Let's get this fired up. A little bit of a slowdown to be expected. There's a lot of logic here. We're right next to a base, so. Let's fire that up. Get my music turned down just a hair on my side. All right, there we go. Good to see you, Daniel. How are you? Yep, sticky rotation update. Personally, I'm not a huge fan when UI changes, but again, that, you know, I just put out a video yesterday talking about, you know, you need to be adaptable, and I need to be adaptable as well, you know. It'd be hypocritical of me if I did not acknowledge that. So it's, you know, we'll take a run at it. They did ask for feedback, though. That's the thing is, you know, they're asking for feedback. Give them some feedback, you know, but make it constructive. You know, I prefer the old system. Is there a way you could put a switch if you don't prefer the old system? Well, great. I'm glad you did this. So, you know, it's that type of constructive feedback is helpful. Being a jerk about it is not. So, you know. So we shall see. I haven't even touched it yet. Maybe I love it, you know. So we'll go ahead and we'll give it a look after I stop doing a little career gameplay. Yeah, there we go. All right. There we go. Nice. Pretty easy to attach. I love the hard points. That was another great update. That was part of, you know, when people say cash grab and stuff like that, that was part of the weapons DLC that was given to everybody, whether you bought it or not, the hard points. And the hard points have been great for the ability to be able to pre-connect them. That was something that, you know, connectors you can't do. They're a little bit bulky on size, but that's because they pass information through. But they are, it was a really great update. Added a lot of functionality to the game. Hard points. Yeah, makes a lot of the stuff possible that was not before. A little Red Dead. I have not played Red Dead Redemption 2. I played 1. You know, Rockstar kind of annoys me with their PC last mentality. I'm not a huge fan of that. I haven't had a console in decades, and I don't plan on having one, and so it's kind of a pain in the ass when they, you know, they do it as an afterthought, and I really don't like the movement or the you know, the shooting mechanics in those games, unfortunately. So it's, you know, but I do like, you know, I'm not too big on story games anymore, but, you know, for all accounts, Red Dead is very good. All right, let's take a look at this. Let me go third person, see. All right, we're pretty close. Let's go ahead down. I pressed the wrong button. All right, we'll give this a second to let the weight figure out what it's going to do. We're way on the max end of reach here. So we're going to go very slowly. As we raise it, it's going to be bringing the mass toward the set up. I'm hitting the jet fuel, which is really not good. That's an immovable object, so I need to get it around the immovable object here. Slowly moving it around that immovable object here. All right, so we're going to use the crane itself to kind of... Here, let's do this. We have an immovable object, which is nice, so let's do this. Let's go in on the arm and use the... use that to try to drag the ship in just a hair. Oh, come on, man. Trying to remember my keybinds here. Alright, we're going to try to drag the ship in just a little bit off of it. Again, ridiculously high docks. We all know that. We all know that sad story, so... I just don't want this to give way, so we got to be careful. So I'm pulling the ship in with this right now. Alright. And now we should be able to lift it up. There we go. Alright, good. Gotta be careful. It is sitting on the crane. So. Crane is moving. The yaw is very slow purposely so that it doesn't miss. Oh, shit. I got the wrong connector on here, too. Urgh. With the mag all connector instead of the container connector on here. I gotta swap those out, too. Wasn't paying attention. All right, we're good now. We're clear. So the counterweight is taking over. All right, and we're straightened out. So nice. All right, I'm gonna have to readjust these connectors when I get it on. I have to put the other attachment on. We might be able to get this first one on without it. Yeah, I might be close. All right, good. All right, I might be able to get this one to slot in. Let's see, make sure that port container release, both container releases are off. So let's go ahead and press 1. I might be able to get this to go without putting the proper one on. The other one has rotation on it, which makes it much easier. All right, so now we want to go right just a hair and up. There we go. Take a little bit of the mass. Go right just a little bit and in. Am I going in or out? In. Go in, please. So we're going to pre-position the crane where I want it. There we go. Beautiful. That fits perfectly, actually. That worked all right. I'm going to put the correct connector on for the next one. This one's going to be harder because the angle is different. The angle is closer, so it's going to be more 90 degrees than that one was. So I do need the other connector on for that. I need to be able to rotate for that closer one. Yeah, that's the issue is like, you know, I agree with you there. Is like when you make a game for PC first, it's always, as far as I'm concerned, better. What happened there? Oh, maybe the crane locked. It's always better to do it that way, and they always do it console first. I hate console control schemes. They're very basic. You know, they're very hand-holdy. They do things like aimbot and all that shit that I'm not interested in, and I hate that. And then it's, you know, because the consoles generally, even, like, people be like, oh, the new generation of consoles, essentially PCs. It's like, nah, man. There's still a bunch of weakness in them. And they don't change. So, like, PC, like, a game's not afraid to increase the RAM requirements because, yeah, people, you know, upgrade their PCs all the time. They can't really do it with a console. You know, they're kind of static. You know, and so they don't want to, you know, that's why, for example, forever it was locked at 30 frames for a console. You know, it was that sort of shit. There we go. Okay, good. Got that up finally. All right, let's hook this sucker up. I don't need the cable for this one. All right. So this one has the rotation capability on it, so. You know, and artificially, they try to do artificial scarcity by trying to get you to buy it twice, by, you know, they won't release at the same time, you know. It's usually like at least a year later. And so I'm not a huge fan of it. It's just shitty business practices. It's like, you know, it's hard for me to get excited about GTA 6, you know, with the way they've done things. And knowing that, you know, it'd be at least a year after to get it on PC, and then it would be a port, you know. So, just not interested. Yeah, that's why, like, people have asked, oh, you know, do you guys think this game should come to console? And I go, no, it's not just like, you know, oh, it wouldn't matter to me, but that'd be okay. It's a big no, because it's, you know, a lot of the devs, they've tried to end up, try not to use disparaging words, but like to a certain extent, they dumb down the control scheme because, you know, most people are going to be playing with a controller on console, and you just don't have the button capabilities of it. You don't have the configurability that you have with mouse and keyboard. Especially shooters, I really hate on console because they use aimbot. You get an aimbot because the controller is just so inferior at doing, you know, first-person shooting, and so they have to add an aimbot, you know. You know, and if you want to play with a controller on PC, you absolutely can. You know, you have that flexibility to do what you want. All right, let's go ahead and claws down. All right, and let's go backwards on the left side. I have to keep remembering that. Now we want claws to come down as the weight shifts. Help put him on the ground. All right, there's good. I can't remember. It's backwards on left, so I have to try to conceptualize it. Yeah, and then they sign shitty deals for exclusivity on consoles, which I think is pretty gross. Let's go. You're not connected? What's the story here? Let me see if I can go up with the claws here and grab it. There we go. Alright, we'll be able to get it. There we go. Alright, nice. And then I forgot to put the locks in the back. Alright, good. Alright, and again, shut this connector off as soon as possible, or else you're going to run into problems. Alright, good. Hiya, we're up here now. Alright, let's get this connected. So I think 1 and 2 rotates this, maybe 3, 4, maybe 3, 4. Okay. Close. Problem is I can't lean down. As soon as I get below the level of the deck, it dicks up the third person. I think 1 detaches it, so I pressed 1 at some point, so I gotta check it. I'm gonna go up there and make sure I didn't press detach because it's gonna stay detached if I do that. So let's see. Release false. Good. Okay. All right, so we gotta come over a little bit. The high docks. I can't, like, because I'm trying to third person from where I'm at, if I put the camera between me and the dock, it will block it. So I'm gonna, there we go. Nice. All right, good. All right. All right, we don't want to get this swinging. That's dangerous business to get it swinging. So we want to bring it as close to the center of gravity as quick as possible. So I'm going up and rotating it in to get it into the center of gravity. You'll notice the ship will start to level out now pretty quickly. Yep, there we go. And now we want to get it low. Again, as close to the center of gravity as quickly as possible. There we go. All right, nice. Start rotating it. I'm going to come down, which is going to push it away from us. There we go. Rotation set. Let's go ahead and start bringing it left. And we will stop that. And we want to get it away from us. So out and down. So out and down. We'll keep it relatively in the same position. Good. Let's get it rotated again. Too much. Bring it back just a hair. There we go. You have to account for the swing in all of this. There we go. All right, good. All right, too much on the rotation, so let's stop it, and let's get it rotated back. There we go. All right, just little movements. You got to account for the swing, so you don't want to go too far. All right, a little bit of left swing, and then we immediately want to go down and catch the swing. All right. A little bit up, should justify it. Okay, good. All right, so to bring it close to us, I just want to go up and down on the cables. There we go. So up and down, and a little bit left. There we go. Bingo, we're pretty much there. All right. So let's see, are we locked yet? I can't tell. There we are. We're locked now, I think. We locked in? Looks like we're locked in. I have no flashlight, but I think we look locked in now. Nope, we're not. Okay, we're off a little bit. Gotta come toward the center line. All right. Friggin' dark. What's the time? Really? No, we're not playing this game here. Have some sunlight. We've been friggin' haven't had any sunlight here. Ugly enough outside. Don't need the game to be dark as shit too. How's it going there, Hyperion? How are you, Alistair? How are you? Yeah, I agree with the PC first comment. It's just, I think that's the better way to do it. You know, the thing with a lot of the PC first games, which is, you know, it has to happen that way, is like, for example, 7 Days to Die, you know, you get the console players will, there we go, perfect, will then complain that they're missing features. Well, of course you're missing features. You are playing on a system that cannot handle what the PC can handle and doesn't have the customization that PC has. So it's like, you know, a lot of the console people are like, when are we going to get stuff that's on PC? Never. You know, you don't have the equipment to operate it like that, you know. Yeah, you know, and then the other thing that sucks with consoles is they, you know, the console developers, they make it. Oh, I gotta grab the crab too. The console developers, they want to approve every update. So like today, you know, we got the update in stormworks. That would have to go through Sony or Microsoft, and so, you know, and then however long it takes them. So you can't have weekly updates anymore on any game because of that. Because, you know, and then I think, you know, I don't think it's free to put it, you know, send it to the developer and have them, you know, review it either. So it ends up being a cost that they have to bear. I should have rotated this first. I made this mistake last time. Let's, nah, I already disconnected it. I think I can get it to hook it to the wall. Let's see. Hopefully we don't get clipping problems here. There we go. All right. Yeah, that's fine. Okay. The hard points have flexibility in them, as you can see. The connectors do not. So, like, if you need flexibility, put a hard point on. That's why I use them for all my crane operations. Is it gives you a little flexibility. So if you, like, when it grabbed right here, that's one of the reasons why we have rope stretch. You know, is you need that stretch because when you get to immovable objects, bad things happen in the game. You need some flexibility. And that, the hard points add a good point of flexibility. All right, let's go. Oh, it's attached. I was gonna say, why is it not going up? It attached to the helm. How's it going there, Citrus? How are you? You gotta know hose. What? Oh, I see. From yesterday, copy. What was the update? They changed the way that rotation works. You know, I can't really speak to it till we try it. After we do a little bit of career, I'm going to go ahead and load the custom game and test it out. But, you know, we'll see if I like it or not. They did ask for feedback. So, you know, I won't comment on it too much until I actually see what it's going to be like. You know, it could be great. It could be, you know, maybe they put a checkbox. I'm kind of the opinion, always put a checkbox if you can. That makes it just so that it's easier. Oh, Jesus Christ. That just makes it easier so that, like, people can configure how they want, which, I don't know if they did or not, so we'll see. All right, we'll load up crab, and then we'll probably go get that fuel. I think this should be able to sit over here by itself and not cause problems. All right, let's go back on board to these ridiculously high docks. All right, there we go. We can work from there. Don't jump all the way into the drink, please. I'm gonna try to keep a dry character here. Let's see, which way are we loading them in? This way? Okay. And we about center wheel? Not quite. So let's go down a little bit, and I grabbed it already. That's our, let's get it correct here. Trying to get center of gravity right, so that's about the middle wheel. All right, and there goes crab coming in. Take a picture of the mighty crab getting loaded up. The old massive dock heights. Not necessarily advisable to be putting heavy machinery over the top of your friggin' head, but do it quite often. Look at his face. I will leave him here. Do we bring another craft? I think we do. We're going to play with some craft here, so. Don't try to crush me to death, crab, please. Try to straighten up, fly right, son. Let's bring some other craft here with us. So I'm going to make some space. Put Lake Crab somewhere in, out of the way here. His tank steering is, well, his skid steering could use some work here. Don't have the finesse I'd like, but I need to work on that. He doesn't have much space for microcontrollers, so he kind of is reasonably basic systems here. Right, there we go. I need to put a power plug down here to charge my bullshit down here. So, all right. I think Frog. Little Frog Mark IV. I'm out of the diesel. That oh yeah, Tethys has all the fucking diesel. Shocker. Tethys took every friggin' last stitch of diesel I have, so we'll deal with that later. Just gonna do this for now. Why is infinite electricity still on? I keep forgetting to save this game file. I shifted too fast. We're going 95 miles an hour. That's because infinite fuel's on. Infinite fuel, that's why we're spinning tires too. Brakes, 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 you sucker. I got a bit of lag on right now, so. Now what is it? 5 is brakes? I can't friggin' remember. Yep, 5 is park brakes. Okay. So I can take some fuel out of Tethys and put it in here. What the hell happened to Tethys? Why is Tethys all cockeyed? Why am I getting hurt from doing that short jump? I think we're just a little bit in lag city here with all this crap going on here. We'll just take Frog. I was gonna grab the other boat too, but we can grab that somewhere else. The yaw is painfully slow in the crane, but it's what I could do is put it in a low speed, high speed, so that when it when something is connected to it, it moves slow. When it's not, it moves fast. That's just set up so that, you know, you don't want to be moving heavy weight around. Let me make sure damage isn't on because, again, the docks are unrealistic. You can clip into the dock, and so if you clip into the dock, you cause massive problems where it'd just be a scrape IRL, you know, so. Try to have it be a little bit more reasonable now and again. All right, so we're going to raise the crane as fast as we can and get it towards the center of gravity here. So more vertical is close to the center of gravity here, so that's going to help. Straighten it out. Try not to bang this against it too much, so I got to start moving it out and down. There we go. Got to swing out. But, you know, like, always on the topic of, like, when people say they get bored playing, this is kind of how I prevent that is, you know, by having these kind of long-term goals and building all these, this kind of culminates where we've been working on all these craft, and now we get to actually use them. It's kind of fun. All right, start coming down now that they clear the containers. Track IR would be great. Up. There we go. Rotate just a hair. There you go, guy. Beautiful. Oh, it's funny. There's a little bit of water in there, so the nav light's just turned on. All right, parking brakes on. I need to fix that. This is I can't get out of here once I'm in the in frog, so I have to position frog via my muscles. So I need to take the parking brake off. All right, parking brake's off. All right, good. It is funny how the windows get a little water on them because there's a little bit of water in here. They said they fixed sinking ships. I don't know what that means. Yeah. We'll do some testing later and check that out. Oh, come on, jump, you scum. Jump, you terrible scum. There we go. Frog. Am I going to be able to push frog today? Sometimes I can push this sucker, sometimes I can't. Alright, we're going to leave it where it is for now. I don't need it out of the way. We're gonna take it out when we get going anyway. Alright, let's go ahead and close the garage door. Let's go ahead and stow the crane. The rocket sound is the diesel furnace, so not a fan of that myself, but that's what it sounds like. Sounds like a rocket, unfortunately. Alright, so the crane's supposedly locked. I've been having issues with that, so we'll see. Oh, you son of a bitch. I didn't mean to hook that. Crap and shit. Ugh. Met this one. There we go. Alright. Move, please. Thank you. So as long as you go all the way up with these, they'll even out. Alright, there we go. That's all set. Let's get out of here. Let's see where we're at slowdown-wise. 37 frames. Not terrible. Not great, but not terrible. Again, got quite a few things going on all in this one tight area. Plus, we're at a base that's pretty busy. So, right. Spin the props up. There they go. All right. All right, we start to rotate. We're going to come up on port now as we want to get away from the dock. Starboard's coming up. Asymmetrical thrust, baby, for the win. Haven't touched the rudder yet, so. All right, let's go ahead and put on some nav lights so we don't get a ticket. All right, so we got frog on board, we've got crab on board, we've got containers on board. All right, let's see. Where are we at here? I'm trying to think where I want to go. Let's go to here, and then I'm going to have to manually control it through there. So let's go ahead and stick that in there. Is it working at all? Shit. Oh, I didn't put a heading in there. Okay, I put heading hold on. I meant GPS. I pressed the wrong button. That would do it. Press the wrong button. Okay. So the crane is still not one to stay in its lock state. It has a hard point here. Like I was saying, hard points have some slack in them, so that's why it's doing this. So what I'm probably going to do is, the torque on that is incredible because the lever arm is very long here. So what I'll probably do is put another lock here that will grab under here. So I'll probably do that. I'd say that's going to be the best bet. Put a secondary lock there. So in the meantime, I also made it so that I can... Oh, shit. That's the wrong button. I can make it so it locks in the aft position. So it's just too much force for it there. So I'm going to need to put another lock on the front. So. A little bit of a picnic, but it's not too big of a deal. Alright. So that should lock us in this position now. So now we're locked. So as you can see, this is fine because it's going with the flow. So there's no torque action on it. So that's a little bit better. So one thing I might try, if you remember we had that issue where I loaded in the save and Tethys was just going frickin' nuts. You know, I haven't figured that out yet, but it could be something with I think it's something with the crane. So maybe locking the crane in the rearward position is better for reloads. We'll see. Once we get under the bridge, I'm going to go quickly grab my lunch out of the other room. So we're going to go 26 knots here. Let's check all the settings. Let's go vehicle damage. We'll leave it off for right now. I'm afraid of getting something clipping in right now. Let's leave it off for now. Infinite fuel should be off. I don't know why. That's got put on for frog. Let me see if I can refuel frog while we're moving here. This will automatically stop us. It should, if I set it up correctly. Should automatically stop us when we get within like 100 meters of the waypoint. So, famous last words. Should. Don't think the fuel panel's hooked up correctly, or is hooked up yet. Let's see, diesel out. Let's see if I can... I don't have a hose on me, do I? I don't have a hose anyway. I was going to fill up frog, but I won't worry about it right now. With the supply from here. So down below in the garage. Let's go down there real quick. So down in the garage, down in a hole, there's going to be electrical outlets in here, and there's going to be fuel outlets so that I can fill vehicles. So this could be plugged in charging. This could be refueled from down here, so that's got to go. Lighting needs to happen down here. Need to work on the helicopter, get that working. It's working. It just needs to be PID tuned, which is good off-screen work because it takes forever. Can take forever. That's kind of a technical build. That's going to take some time. But yeah, underway here, so that's good. Why did this crane not... It's supposed to orient automatically in position. I don't know why it didn't. Just click on infinite electricity for just a second. Nope, so it's not an electrical problem. So I don't know why that front crane didn't orient itself correctly. It's supposed to fold up. Did I move any logic for it? Maybe not. I might have disconnected something. I did move a bunch of stuff when I worked in that front garage, so... Read a couple chats here. I want to get under this bridge, then I'll go quickly just grab my lunch out of the other room. Changes to the large solar cells aren't cheap. Good, yeah. That they I think they said they were planning on that. I haven't checked on sinking ships yet. That's supposed to have changed. Yeah, I took that hose from the station. How far can it go? How far can it go before empty? Can it make it to the Arctic? This? Oh, absolutely. Yeah. Yeah, this has like, how many thousand liters? I think this has 17,000 liters at least of fuel. I can't remember. And it's steam powered, so it's super efficient. The what do you call it? It's the furnace do not use much much fuel at all, so. So this should have a really good range. Everything I make pretty much has a good range. Even that ultralight should be able to do 3 trips from here to here to here to here, like that. So usually have pretty good ranges. So shut off no clip to make sure if we do get a mission, it's close. Still have a little bit of a, like the bow's up a little bit. Not too bad. So the ballast is auto ballast. So like if we look at our ballast system here, it's going to automatically account the ballast for where we need to be. So it's consistently working on that to keep us balanced. You know, it works both bow stern, forward aft, and port starboard. So for example, if I loaded one container on the stern, it would automatically pull water from that port stern tank to accommodate it. Let's go ahead and shut the autopilot off here. I don't want this to... Shit. I don't want this to cancel our speed here. Let's go ahead and we'll fold the mast. I don't have a horn yet. I need a horn on here. Let's make it a weird sound. Alright, we're aiming pretty well here. And then our next waypoint's going to be... let's see, we're here, so let's bank on... We're going to Spy Cakes. Let's go up here. So hopefully we don't hit the hospital ship. Okay, let's enter that in. Manually control it through. Up to... Do I have infinite... I don't have infinite fuel on. We're up to good 32 knots right now. So that rescue boat goes about 40 right now. So I've kind of got it down to where I wanted it. I was going too fast before. Like a glove. And so that's good. So that will be able to catch up to Tethys. That's the whole point of that, is to be able to catch up. All right, so we should be at our next waypoint in 16 minutes. So I'm going to go quickly just grab food, and I'll be right back. That's heartbreaking. I forgot to turn on the rice cooker, so I have food in 30 minutes. Let's go ahead and fix the weather. There we go. A little bit of weather there. So the other thing too is the brake. We got a little slack in this where the brake comes off, so I might throw a lock on this. The only thing I don't like about these hard points is they're 1x3s and 1x1s. I would love to have a hard point that was a 1x1 that lost some of its functionality, but had some was small, compact, just for attachment purposes. Like you can pass. The reason why they're so big is the devs use. If they add extra nodes, they add extra size, which I'm not a huge fan of, but they do. So it has a composite node on it, and it has two booleans. So composite 2 booleans, that's 3, so that's why it's 1x3. So it's oversized. It's fine, like for its application, but and it also has fuel. So I would like it if they just added one that was the female version of the 1x1, and that way we could do more compact stuff. Does not like this following sea, I'll tell you that. There we go. I might go, let's go a little bit. Let's not cut across the following sea. Well, we're going to have to cut across it eventually anyways. We'll go diagonally and just ride this out. So it's 600 feet below us. Water depth. Pretty deep. Thank you, Connor. Good to see you. Haven't seen you in a little while. Good to see the old Connor O'Boyle. Do I have lights on board? Like, I have nav lights. Actually, I have my whole lighting system. Do you mean mast lights, Alistair? So we have nav lights. We have standard navs here. Rear, we have, let's go through them all. So we have mast light for anchor. That's our anchor light position. We have regular running. That, I forget what double whites are. I do forget what double whites are. Cannot remember what double whites are. I'm going the wrong way here. 3, this is towing. So if we're towing a vehicle under a certain distance, we get our tow light. So if we're towing something, that would be on there. God damn it. If double whites, again, I forget what the double white distinction is. I'll have to look it up. And then a bunch of these are all, like, if you were having, if you're in distress. So, have all the lights on there that we need. Getting some pretty big seas out here there, son. I think we probably need some more fins in the bow. I can't keep it perfectly flat as it is anyways. It doesn't need to be perfect, but... Oh, shit. Container let loose. That's no good. It's on the track, so it's not going to slide off completely. Famous last words. But it slid back. So the water got a hold of it. You bastard, you. Put some safety ropes on there. That's hairy. That is hairy. We don't like that. Hello, Rasmus. Good to see Rasmus. Oh, you like to see the undercarriage of the frog? Hey, everybody has their own thing, I did answer Rasmus' rocket question. I just didn't officially say hello. Ah, I've done that before with the rice cooker. You have to turn it on, then press the white rice, and then it starts. And I just turned it on and left. And I was like, oh, I get to eat. And then, friggin' no rice done yet. Ah, devil. How's it going there? Tannum. Yep. You get the prize for the 900th person who said that's a lot of dials. That. All right, so making good progress here. There is the wind turbine island. I wonder if the wind turbines must go into stasis where they don't spin when you're a certain distance from them, or all stopped. to see. Oh, look at that. I gotta... So I think there's a duplication bug. Somebody was talking about it. Like, we saw the other day there were like 4 of the exact same helicopters. Yeah, there's 3 right there. 1, 2, 3. And then it was happening with the hospital ship too, so... I think there's a duplication bug where the AI is coming in 3s. We're completely abreast of the waves now, which is not best practices by any stretch of the imagination. But we'd have to cut across anyway, so... Cut across here. Alright, so let's go. We're currently coming up. We just passed Windmill Island, so we'll go more easterly for a little while, or westerly for a little while. We'll run a following sea for a little bit. I have to cut across when we turn north anyway, but... What's the 289? All right. Yeah. 58 minutes left in this container. 20 minutes left in this container. This one's probably gonna expire. It's more testing than anything else, so I don't really care. But we can get close. This island. Did I buy this island yet? No, I didn't. Where is it? It's this one here. I did not. Okay. That one's kind of cool. That's the logistics hub sometimes to have that one. You know, I like the seed. I did the seed for Cap Air. It's got a lot of the islands to the south here because, you know, I wanted to have a reason to go from island to island. So a little more subtly. I wish we could, like, I want them way the hell out here. Like, it's all very concentrated. So, let's see. Let's do this. Hopefully we don't regret this. Do I even have winch controls hooked up? I don't. Okay. I was going to winch it in, but I don't even have winch controls hooked up. I was going to grab the container with the winch and drag it forward a little bit. But, you know, that's not worth doing. I don't have the controls for the winch, so I'm not going to worry about it. Just busy work, mostly trying to kill time to get there. So the new elevator works really well in here, so I'm a fan of that. I'm really happy how the lifeboat came out. So we got about a 40 knot max speed on it now. 8 people. You know, it has an auto bilge system. It just is super stable, and it's a really good all-around little rescue boat. So that should be really good for us. So the elevator works really well in here now. So it just makes it super easy to get that boat in and out. And I really didn't have to dick around too much. Can control some drones from here. Figure out what I want to do. Flesh out this room some more. Couple things in here. I gotta... Engineering. All this needs lighting. I haven't put the lighting in here yet. Battery racks, relays, all the relays are working. I like to watch the pistons. Be good to bring Mushroom back. I want to do a small little underwater drone. The crap off of Crappin'. Got his fleshed out a little bit for space-wise. Yeah, let's see where we're at slowdown now. We're at 60, no, we're at 50 FPS. So we're a little bit slowed down, but not that bad. Yeah, not running too badly. Check the resource monitor and see where we're at. CPU, the game is very CPU bound. Like, I just hit 76 for a minute there, but like I'm around 47%. I'm using about 46% of my memory. That's with me streaming too. Like the game's using about 40, a little less than 40% of the CPU. Memory, it's using, it's not using that much. Bunch of those stuff like Chrome is using more than half of what the game's using. You know, just running Chrome. You know, Steam's about 10% of what the game's running. It's not that bad. This is not optimized in any way, shape, or form. Like, I don't have any physics flutters in the hull, which I should put them in the fuel tanks and the water tanks. They should go in there. The stern could use a physics flutter. So, like, that stuff would all help. Looks like the waves calm down a little bit. Let's cut the corner here. We can cut the corner so I can see the oil rig right here. So let's go ahead and we'll cut the corner to there. So the plan is put a 2x2 screen here and do a Lua multifunction display. I want like 10 lines of waypoints. And you'll line select the line you want the waypoint to be on. So you'll line select it, it will highlight it, then you'll enter in, and it will paste it. And then you'll line select the next one and the next one. Then as this one gets reached, it will slide the rest up is the kind of the plan. That be the plan, so I'll get on that at some point. You know, a bunch of these are getting filled out with cameras, and for example, I've got 2 water cannons on top, so those are going to be run and have their own cameras. Have cameras all around. See what the water ballast ended up doing. So that's interesting because of some of the, where the container slid. Looks like starboard ballast is heavier, maybe. But the sea's definitely calmed down a little bit there. Let's go ahead. I'll let it get nighttime for a little bit. Drag this night duration down. Trying to think where I want this captain's stateroom. I might put it right here. Let me see. That's tight. I don't know what I want to do with this area. Is kind of a funky area anyway. So I won't put it there. Well, stateroom here maybe. Kind of don't have that much space. There's one in here. And then one here. Need a galley in here, so one of these might be. This might be galley in here, and then we'll just do. I might split the stateroom. I might put a divider in here, and then have one here, and then I probably will just make this the captain's stateroom, make it extra big. Yeah, that's probably what I'll end up doing. And then I need winch controls somewhere in here. That needs paint. That's why is that green? And this is the lab here. Gonna sit on the couch. Oil rig. There's a lifeboat right there. This island's a cool island to buy. This one has the it has a submarine pen in there that we can spawn. Triton can spawn in there. That's how big it is. So this can spawn in there fine. It's got a couple build areas on there. I want to put a helipad up here and then kind of the house there and then spawn ships in there. So that'll be kind of fun to buy. There's another island. It's not that one. It's over here somewhere. It's over there somewhere is another one we can buy. Buy a ring of fire. Right here. Alright, so let's go cut the corner. We're spy kicks, right? I think we are. Alright, 9 minutes. That other container might expire. It's not a big deal. Mostly just trying to play here. So 12 minutes. Hairy Edge. If we get... I'm going to have to unload it to get the money. So we could very well miss out on that one by a nose. Because I'm not going to be able to get crab off and get the container put away in 3 minutes. I have to dock and everything else. So that one will probably expire, but I don't really care. Not a big deal. Not in it just for the munsies. Oh, yeah. Nice. Oh, interesting. Yeah. Yeah, I'm still curious why this crane is being funky. I might have broken a connection to it, but that one should be folded up. It's not. What I could do here on the be pretty narrow, but I could come in here and then put just get rid of this door, make this a hallway, and then put a dividing door and do two there, just real thin. But I don't know. Could just make what I could do is make this kind of the shared crew space with like bunk beds, and then divide this one here, and that would be like the captain, chief engineer staterooms, and the chief engineer is right by the door downstairs, and then captain would be right here, and then this would be kitchen galley. Crew like hangout area, so I think that's probably what I'll end up doing. Yeah, I figure kind of lay them out where the people who need to be certain places can get certain places. So like the captain is right by the staircase to get up to the bridge. Chief engineer is right by the staircase to go down to engineering. The hangout area is right by the winch, so you could go out on deck and do some work. Thinking that's what I'm doing. All right, so we are 6.8 minutos out. Making good time. We're at 32 knots right now, so pretty good speed on this. Triton does like 19, 20 max. So this is considerably faster. It's good to have a wide range. Like Triton, if I was going to bring 5 containers, I'd bring Triton. Triton has the size advantage for certain applications, and then this has, it's smaller. It's faster. It's good to have differences in the builds, so there's a reason to like not just give up on a build. But I do like getting into the point where buying custom islands. That's kind of some good late game play for me. I think that's the other buyable island right there, right past the other one. It's kind of fun to be able to build your own little houses and stuff in your own home base and kind of operate out of there. Docks are smaller, or the docks are lower, so that's kind of nice too. So we'll get into that gameplay as well. We got a good surplus of money right now. We still have 144.5 after having pretty much a lot of our toys out, especially our most expensive toy currently is out. So. All right, 5 minutes out. So we can see it right there. Fuel's going to go here, so we'll be able to get fuel readouts right above ballast, because those are all things related to the balance and the weight of the ship. We have 1 central fuel tank. Like Triton has 4 fuel tanks, so it needs to balance its fuel tanks as well. This doesn't. It has 2 forward aft, and they auto balance essentially, so the water does all the balancing, so we don't need to worry about balancing fuel. So I'll just get a panel in here, be reading that out. Fortunately, the fuel gauges aren't working great at the moment. Trying to think of what I want to build next. Can't really, don't really have any idea. We got a lot of the stuff we need. I want to get all the need stuff out. Kind of been feeling like building another little car for something. The small fire truck, maybe an ambulance. Ambulance, you know, we did the key ambulance. Might be maybe do a bigger ambulance too. Wanting to build another crane. I want to finish that crane too. That crane needs to be finished. I had to put that to quite a bit of use lately. So we're gonna want to dock on our port side for use of the crane. The area to trigger the container being delivered is right here, so it has to get off and put there to work. So. You know, one thing you can do is if you don't have a ship that can use its crane, is you can just load in an add-on where you build a crane on the docks, and then you load in the add-on, take it off, and then despawn the crane if you wanted, you know. All right, there we go. Base just lit up. So we'll kind of see where we are out here. We're at we're at 60 FPS, so we're max FPS, 61, 62 right there. And we'll see how we get when we get in there. I do like Dremore, though. It's one of my favorite airports on the thing. It's kind of like an old airfield. How many games do I actively play? I pretty much just play this and Tarkov, so I have 2. I still have Farming Sim installed, even though I haven't played in a while, so I was thinking last night of uninstalling that. I want to play a little bit of VTOL VR, so, you know, I want to buy the new plane. They came out with a new plane, which should be fun. Maybe play a little of that with my brother. It would be fun. But just haven't had the flavor to play Farming Sim, but I do love Farming Sim. Farming Sim's really good. Anything with machines. Like to get into some flight sim, but I gotta set up a bunch of crap for that. I would really like full VR for that. Would be really nice. All right, I'll bring up VTOL VR as we get close to docking here, and I'll show you the new airplane. It's kind of fun. Let's see, VTOL. So this is, where was it? Let's see. Here's the new airplane. So it's the Mischief. It's essentially it's you know, modeled after Tomcat, so it's really cool. Two-seater, so that you can have somebody sitting in the back. So that's kind of fun. Let's go to store page, see if I can show the Mischief. Here's the Mischief. So I want to buy it. What? Go to the game page. Go to the store page. Jesus Christ. Yeah, this is the Mischief. So electronic warfare, two-seater. You know, kind of Tomcat, but modern. It's a modern, inspired by Tomcat. That's the backseater there. You know, they're all do your weapons. So, you know, lets the front seater just fly, and then the rear seater do all the weapon stuff. So, kind of fun. But I'd like to grab that and play a little of that. All right, so the plan is we're going to probably, I need to rotate the ship 180. I'm going to probably shut off the weather for docking again. You know, we don't have proper fenders and stuff, so I'm going to get, oh, shit. I'm going to get rid of vehicle damages off. We're good there. So we'll rotate in and we'll reverse in. And I'll start to cut down the waves too. The game, like, I don't know, kind of feel like shutting it off sometimes just because it's like, you know, I don't have the realistic stuff that I'd have IRL to protect you from that. Like these ports are not designed to account for that. All right, so we're going to rotate the ship. And we'll back in. I want the crane on the dock side. So this is where, like, you know, we'll get a bunch of cameras here. So the point is I want to be able to look straight ahead and look, you know, reference my cameras to be able to help me get into docks and whatnots. So that's kind of why, you know, that's why some of the space in the main panel is there. It's for that purpose. I still have to fix this. This should not be doing what it's doing, so I got to fix that. Should not be lifting like that. I have to fix it. Come back. I'm going to slow us down a little bit. We're going too fast here. Because the props are full spun up and we're using variable pitch, we have to worry about, you know, it will accelerate unrealistically fast. A little bit of starboard here to push us closer to the dock. And get our twist in. So I'm trying to get our twist in here where we're twisting towards the dock. You can see us twisting in. And now I'm going to come back. I'm going to keep going back. Now we're going to pull back hard and go forward. I want to twist in hard to get that bow in. And then I'm going to start pushing up starboard there. Pull back. And we're just going to kind of walk it in. So this is what I can do without having bow thrusters to get us in. Now I'm going to start using rudder to get the stern to pull in. And we'll just slowly, it's kind of like parallel park, and we're just inching back and forth to get in there. All right, coming back, and now we'll pull rudder again to get the stern in. All right, so we're pulling the stern in now. And twisting a little bit. I'm going to go ahead, I'm going to completely zero out my starboard engine there. Start pulling in the stern just a hair. A little bit reverse on that. Now we'll get the stern turned in. All right, that's zeroed out. I want a tiny bit reverse on port, and we'll start twisting in. Too much, too much, too much. Just a tiny twist. I'm just twisting slowly here. All right, a little bit up on port. Go hard right rudder to get the stern to come in as well. So we're stepping to the left and trying to rotate the stern in. All right, 0, 0, back on port only and pull the stern in some more. And we'll start countering it with a little bit of starboard there to twist in. A little more starboard to twist in. A little bit of port. Pull back on starboard. Twist the stern back in a little bit. There we go. All right, good. We can pull just a hair of starboard and just a kiss of port. Port, port. Port, port. All right, that's pretty good. All right. All right, I'm content with that. Probably expired on this container already. Let's see. Yep. It's all right. Not a big deal. Do I have any attachment on that? I don't. Okay. We had a good amount of time on this one, so I'm not concerned about that. We have 37 minutes on that one, so I'm not concerned about that one. Let's grab the rotary one. Why is this making a winch light? I double tapped the button, that's why. I want to set those lights up so that they will auto tilt when I eventually do those lights on the crane. That would be kind of cool, so they always try to look straight down. Keep that in front of me so I can see it. Slot this into the connector. There we go. All right, good. There we go. All right, good. All right, so we're going to look at this one. We want starboard container release. Try to see what I'm doing from here. It's kind of hard with visibility's not great there. The other thing I might do is put a camera on that tries to do. It'd be kind of cool to do a camera that tracks the crane. And then I still have not put on something to actively disconnect that. I have to actually go up and disconnect it. So eventually I'll put that on. So disconnect that. Push you out of the way so you don't reconnect. Just kind of bash this container with the other one to get it out of the way. I was going to put a couple different of these handles so that, for example, I go up on that upper deck and do it and control it. So eventually you'll have that where I'll have different control stations. So I can go on the upper deck right behind the bridge and control the crane. I can stay out of third person a little bit more. And I remember which direction am I going here? Out. Okay, good. Trying to see what I'm doing. There we go. All right, good. Let's go ahead and we'll disconnect port. Slowly rotating the container. sitting on something. Sitting on the dock bollard, I think. Yep. There we go. All right, let's get it off of that a little bit. There we go. That much more better. All right, let's go disconnect that. Push you off so you don't reconnect. Son. I'll put it in the back position here. I won't go all the way over there for it. Let's see. I think I'm going to grab, we'll leave Crab inside. I'll just grab another vehicle to quickly grab this off. Big slowdown on those load-ins. Oh, thank you there, big man. Not testing. We're actually playing in career. So we just took some containers from FJ to Spy Cakes. So one of them expired, but got them in here anyway. So filled it up with fuel, moved a bunch of fuel as well. I'm trying to get some fuel scattered around here of where I want it. So Frog's on board, so going to be able to take Tethies out and go do some missions as well. Yeehaw, it's going to do a wheelie here because this thing is super counterweighted. So I can do a big wheelie on it because it's so counterweighted. Yeehaw. Not that this container mover is bad, but it would be kind of cool to build another one just for funsies to have another one. Slowdowns cause some of the wheelie too. Just the physics is quite a bit with Tethies and Frog and Crab and being at base here with containers too. Yeah, it's too bad. The part of the so I did the Q&A for Steam. It was question 7 from the Q&A. Last night, put out the video, and so my question was the next one, and that's when the video cut out. So I have to find. The devs were going to post the Q&A, but they have yet to do it. So I was going to just grab the clip from there, and you know, talk about it. You know, the next question, but which was mine, but you know, they have not posted yet. So But we got into a lot of kind of details of with the Steam stuff because it was, you know, again, it was pretty much the question was, are you gonna fix Steam to back to the way it was? And the answer was by Delta was no. You know, Steam's been fixed for a while. Like when I did my tutorials, you know, that was right around when they stopped tinkering with it too much. You know, and he said Steam's done. You know, and some people latched on to when he said Steam's the way it used to be, and he, you know, and you got to pay attention to the dependent clauses. He was talking about in reference to if you can take a build that worked before, it depends, but you can take a build for the most part that worked before and one afterward, and they will now both work with the current version of Steam. That's what he's talking about. He's talking about it's working to the level it was before, and he goes and he explains that in further detail. The next sentence out of his mouth was the caveats. He said literally, you know, the caveat being, and he goes through the caveats, and some people immediately like literally they wouldn't even wait till he finished speaking to like start ranting. And so you know, you still have people who are thinking Steam is broken, it's working fine, you know. You know, and it's kind of, that was good for them to say that, yeah, it's done. We're not working on it anymore. You know, it's done. Go build your stuff. You know, there's a portion of the community who are inflexible to change, and that's, you know, you gotta get some flexibility, you know, and it's so that's kind of why I went a little bit of detail with that answer, because it kind of speaks to some larger issues as well about some of the inflexibility, and you'll get people who, you know, who are so inflexible that, like, for example, you got people who they keep looking for copies of the game from before pressurization update so they can roll their game back. You know, and it's better to just, you know, the mechanics aren't that challenging to learn the new mechanics. Learn the new mechanics, man. You know, as you can see, Steam vehicles are more than able to be built as Tethys as Steam. I've done the tutorials, they work, so it's kind of like at some point you got to just be like, hey, dude, learn the new stuff. You know, and that's kind of the state of Steam, is you get, you know, it works, just got to kind of learn the new stuff, so. You know, I'm not a big advocate for, like, the people who are, you know, they just keep trying to grab old versions of the game. It's like, you know, things change. You know, I think they change for the better in totality, and you kind of have to just get with it, man. You got to learn the new mechanics. You know, I know for some people it can be very challenging. They don't have a lot of background knowledge, but a bunch of us put out tutorials right away. I know 454 put out a ton of pressurization tutorials. That's one of the reasons I didn't, was somebody already had it covered, you know, and you know, the information is out there to learn the mechanics if you don't innately know them. And yeah, that's why I put out a bunch of oil stuff. I kept seeing people saying the fraction's broken, it's not working, fix it, and it's like, it's working, dude, it's working, you know. What is, okay, the connected one does not want to expand. Let's get the expansion going again. It was too heavy to expand the left side because I already had the container on board. I was waiting for that left side to re-expand. That's one reason I grabbed this, was this one's very heavy, so it's good for manhandling containers, as you can just kind of really move them around where you need to. So we get no money on the other one, but this one's 12 grand. That more than pays for our fuel and everything else. You know, the next question was my question asking about, you know, Delta has misunderstood what I asked, what I was looking for to a certain extent. Not what I asked. He answered what I asked. The issue being that, you know, I have a 90 character limit, so I could not, you know, couldn't go into too much detail. So I think it's going to be better do a video. You know, they've been responsive to the videos of late. And so do a video and kind of go into some depth about it and demonstrate to them how this is something that's, you know, pretty easy to add, and it will add a bunch of gameplay, you know, because that's one of the things they're looking for is, you know, You know, they have to be concerned about. They can't spend 6 months on something that 10 people will play. You know, they need to have stuff that they can spend, you know, maybe a couple weeks on that will add some gameplay that, you know, people can think. So like one of the claims I would make with that is, you know, you get a lot of people that say, oh, you know, the missions haven't been touched in forever, you know, and so to a certain extent I agree with that, but the you know, the thing is, like, how much, you know, a lot of them will say, you know, the search and rescue. It's like, I really don't understand, like, how much more, like, how many more types of search and rescue missions do you want? Like, you've got a ton of different size ships. You have fires, you have repairs, you have transponders, you have non-transponders. You know, a lot of people, like, they self-admittedly don't play career, so they never get to the level where you start getting some of the harder missions with more passenger counts, you know, so I don't really understand what they even want, like, for more search and rescue missions. You know, but I would like them to add, you know, like, my question was, you know, he's essentially talked about, you know, you can use, essentially, he said you can use add-ons to get the passenger stuff that, you know, I wanted. But the issue being that, for example, End of Line is not supporting Stormlink anymore and has not been for over a year. And I read some of the chat recently and they said it's completely broken, it's not working at all. You know, whether that's accurate or not, who knows, but that's what the comments on the workshop page were saying. And so, you know, the issue being that you know, I think he thought I wanted something that's like a more in-depth, complex system than I did. What I really just want is the same missions that he even brought up in there, talking about, like, take a power plant worker from the power plant to the windmill factory or the windmill island. It's all helicopter transport, essentially. There's no plane, and so all I would want is you have take engineer from this airport to this airport. That's it. You know, airport to airport stuff where we could use a plane. We just don't have that capability. So I'm not asking for, like, a new mechanic. I'm asking just for a new mission with the old mechanics. And then adding a pallet, kind of, you know, come up with a standardized pallet, and then it would be a mission-based thing. It wouldn't be like containers. He was kind of, which I agree with, he was kind of afraid of adding more containers in the map, like, you know, you would have a bunch of airplane cargo pallets just sitting here constantly. That's not what I want. I would want a mission pops up, take 5 pallets from Endair to FJ, and they only pop up when you get in range, like a regular mission. You know, so you can accept them or not, you know. So I'll make a video at some point about that. I think that would be cool. Try to catch up on chat here. Yeah, I like VTOL VR, is fun. Yeah, I never play single-player, story-driven games, so that's... I don't play a lot of games because I always make my own stories. Yeah, a bunch of... You know, that was... I used to watch Pestily a lot, and so, like... You know, on the Oceania servers, they can be pretty dead from my understanding, so that was, like, one of his complaints. Yeah, but doing, like, some more of that type of container work would be good. I think I'm going to quickly, I'm going to despawn this. I have frog in here and crab. Neither of them have fuel in them. Let's do this. Let's save real fast, and then we'll do, what's today's date? 28. It's a leap year this year, so. All right, let's try despawning them. They're going to fall through, but it might not let me despawn it, but they're going to fall through. Yeah. Let me see what I can do. Let's just take them out with a crane. Let me see if I can just grab them like this. Save some time. Because they don't have fuel in them anyway. And I end up not using them. Fucking, that's Tethies, god damn it. Okay. Hopefully Tethys doesn't freak out. This is what I'm trying to test, is if Tethys is going to freak out. I have to get Frog and Crab out of there in order to recall Tethys. Hopefully it doesn't freak out, because that's a ton of fuel to lose. Yep, it's going to freak out. I don't know what's causing it. Yeah, something is freaking out on there. Please be Frog or Crab. Frog or Crab, please. Okay, let's go and grab... Let's teleport quickly and try to fix Tethys. I don't know what is causing the freakout. There's nothing except the crane I could imagine causing a freakout. You can see something's... Yeah, I wonder if it's the crane doing it. It's doing a dance. Fuck. Why are there two... Okay, good. It let me take it. Because I'm trying to get the fuel over here. All right, and then Crab's down there. Perfect. All right, that works. So I don't know what the hell is causing that freakout. Something's causing a freakout, and I got to figure it out. Is it the weight? No, I don't think it's the weight. I'll have to play with it and see what's up. Why the fuck is this like this? In the balls you are. All right, let's grab you. Yeah. Let's put these away, and then we can respawn them over there. Alright. So those are all put away. Let's teleport back here. So I got to figure out what's freaking that out. That's why I didn't want to save it and keep it all together. I want to put it in the workbench, because I got to figure out what's causing that problem where it freaks out. It's got to be the crane. It's got to be the hard point, the way the hard point's grabbing. So I'll do a test where I delete the hard points and see. But that's stored now. It's got all the fuel in here. Should have the fuel in here. Yep, so we got all the diesel in here. All right, so I'm going to save again. And then I'm gonna drop the game. I'm going to go on a quick grab my food and reboot. That way we get the new update. So the update came out, and I want to check out some of the new stuff of the update. So let's go ahead and do that. So I'm going to quit out. I'll grab the update. They said they fixed sinking ships, so we're going to bring in the sinking ship test and test out, see what the changes and the differences are. I have the video from the live stream from before, so that should kind of can compare a little bit. All right, so game's update, and I'll be right back, guys. All right, so let's see. Game's updated. Back in here. Let's go ahead and first check the sticky rotation. So, let's see how the hell this is going to work. So, let's find a block where I used to be able to rotate it. Okay, so I can still rotate. So what is different? Let's read what the word. Let's read the words. So it goes, orientation is now sticky when placing components in the editor. So what I think it means is this, is before, if I went to a different face, if I went down here, it would automatically go like this. And so that was annoying. And then when I would go up here, it would automatically go like this. So now it sticks. So I actually prefer this. So it stays in the orientation you want. So if I want to put a line here, I go like that. If I go up here, I can then go like this. It doesn't assume where I'm putting it. So I'm for that. That's good. At first, I thought it was going to be something different that I was going to like. But actually, this is kind of how I want it. I want to choose my rotation. I don't want it to, because it's aggravating. Like, you just set your rotation here. So you go like this. You say, okay, I want it here, up here. And then before, when you'd move it up a block, it would change rotation. It'd be annoying. So now it better sticks where you want it. So I like that. I think that is an improvement. So let's go ahead and we'll look again here. Leaks not using their bounding when resolving with the ocean. Boats not sinking. So we'll look at that. Clear you. All right, we'll test some of my sinking stuff. Yeah, so I'm a big fan of that. That's well overdue, I think. So that's good to add. I like that. Here is the I don't want the bomb one. Where's the regular sink box? I think this is the one that's on the workshop. Yeah. This is on the workshop. Sink box. Try not here. Let me lower it. Every friggin' base you gotta change where you lower it. Alright. I just don't want it bouncing too much. Alright, so this one has a timer on it. Alright. See how long it takes to sink. I'm gonna get off of it and just watch. Alright, let that go. Let's go over here and grab the sink. The greatest thing is if this all works, we can finally stop hearing about it every friggin' day from the sink and chip community. I get it. I understand it. I understand your frustration. I'm sick of hearing it. I really am. All right, let's see. Okay, this one does not have the Ship Sinker 5000 in it. This just has the 21 warheads in there. Make sure vehicle damage is on, player damage is off. I don't know if electricity needs to be on, though. All right. All right, so we're in excess of 1 atmosphere. Before, when we got within excess of 1.02 atmospheres inside interior ship hull pressure, the flooding would stop. The flooding is... it's starting to stop now. Is it going up still? Let's keep an eye on this. We'll test this one out. That was iffy at 50-50 sync, right? Let's check on this one. What are we at here? We're at 81 seconds, so let's keep that going. I shall eat as we wait for these tests to continue. That one will take longer to sink than this one. Maybe if this one sinks, we'll see. You know, they weren't too specific on what they changed, so I don't know. We have to test a little bit. Yep, thank you, big man. Yeah, the crane works well. Yep, you hard points. So they added those a little while ago. They're a convenient way to load them now, as you don't have to worry about the connectors freaking out. I'll be muted on and off as I eat a little bit here. See you later there, Zachy. All right, so this one has, so it's pretty much, I think, behaving mostly the way it used to. I don't know. I don't see the difference. Because this is, once it hits like 1.02, 1.03 atmospheres inside, it's pretty much slowing down water intrusion. The air is not escaping from the top of the damaged block, so not sure about that. We're still gaining water, though. It's just slow. You see, we're at 22.2 and change. Now we're up to 22.4. So we're gaining. We're still sinking. Yeah, again, it's a balancing issue too. Is it's the ship sink too quick. Like if you remember from yesterday, I took the lifeboat, opened the door a little bit too much, and it took on a considerable amount of water pretty quickly. So. You know, so see now we're losing water again, so still some of the same pressure stuff. You know, the mechanics work realistically in the sense that if air can't escape the hull, the water can't come in. The problem is that we have a ton of damaged blocks on top here that should be letting air out. That's not really working, it appears. So, I don't know what they actually fixed. I wish they would be a little bit more detailed in telling me, like, what they changed, because that way I could test it. Because right now, I don't believe this one will sink. This one probably won't sink because the air pressure is too high inside, and the air is not escaping. See, the air pressure is going up even higher. So water is coming in. That tells us the air pressure's, how the air pressure is getting up. But I do not think this one's going to sink. Let's go over there. This one will sink eventually. This one's just taking on more and more water. So I don't see much of a difference. I don't know what they changed, so it would be nice if they told us what they changed, but they didn't, so who knows. Again, frankly, for myself, I don't really care too much. Because I actually want to play a survival game. I don't want to actually sink all the time. You know, I want it to give me some time to close doors and everything else. But I do understand that part of the community likes to sink their friggin' ships all the time, so I do get that. Yeah, so this is sinking, still taking damn thing. I don't know what the difference is. Let's read the words again, see what they exactly said. Says, fix 23076. Leaks not using their bounding. I don't know what that means, using their bounding. When resolving with the ocean. No idea. I rebalanced the hopper mass, so somebody was talking about this. Large solar cells cost different now. We'll go look at those. Okay, this is good. I didn't know distance sensors were using high electrical, a lot of electrical, but that's good they fixed that. I don't really use fluid jets. York would have to tell us. York used a fluid jet and pop, so be interested to see that. I don't know what light issues they fixed. Okay. Waypoints are now grid-based, and distance restraint has been removed. I hope they didn't change the GPS coordinates of everything. Let's quickly look at the map. Yeah, so it looks like the grid is... So I think they moved the grids. So you see 0, 0 is right there. It's on the alignment of the grid. So you can't really see the grid lines, but if they continued through Coast Guard, that would be right 0, 0 right there. Okay. So let's check. I'm going to respawn that one. That one's not going to sink. This one will sink. It's pretty much always going to sink. Check this one more time. Again, it's still pressure braced. The only issue I see is that air should be escaping through the damaged blocks on the top. That's what should be happening. The water should be coming in, pushing on the air escapes to the top and goes out. So this is still back and forth. Let's spawn it again. One thing I found was the warheads are very iffy to a certain... Let's not say iffy. The warheads have some level of randomization in them for damage. So sometimes I find, you know, the warheads damage more blocks sometimes than others. So when the bombs go off, we get a big vacuum, and then it will start to gently build as the water comes in. You notice we already have more water than we had the first time. So this is that variability of the bomb. This one, I don't know, it may or may not sink. We got to watch the pressure. We have more water in than we did the first time. We're going to sink, 100%. Okay, so there's still some variability with the warheads, which I'm not against. Like, if you think about it, you know, every time a bomb goes off, it's going to damage different things. There's an amount of randomness to it. Yeah, the hoppers were way too heavy. So, as you can see, this one, let's see how many seconds this took to sink. 41. Okay. Spawn it again. So, it's all based on pressure. We got to watch the pressure to see. This one is likely, I would say, at that water level, this one's likely not to sink. As you notice, we're already up at 1.03. That's going to stop the water flow in. So unless this drops below 1 again, we're not going to sink. So you just got to keep an eye on the pressure. Now, I don't want to turn on the wind to screw up the other test, but... Yeah, so like see we're at such a high pressure, the water's not going to flow in. Now again, like I said, the air should be escaping through the top damage. It does not. So that's an issue. Yeah, so this one's not going to sink. Which, you know, you kind of expect that with, you know, different bomb detonations, you're going to be getting different different results on whether or not they, how much damage they do each time a bomb hits, right? If you did in real life, you drop the same bomb 10 times on the target, you know, you're going to get different damage every time. You know, so there's some variability in it. This one is likely to sink. This one's going to sink. I can tell. Let's see. Nope. It was looking good, and then now looks like, I don't know. Let's see. This one has got me back and forth on it. This one's going to sink. Yeah, this one's going to sink. Yep. Pressure's under 1. 100% sink. Adios, muchachos. All right, let's check it. Oh, come on, dude. 61 seconds. So I'm not seeing... I don't know what the change was they made. It's pretty much acting the way it kind of was before, as far as I noticed, but... Let's see. Wouldn't surprise me, too. I've got 21 warheads going off. That's a lot for the game to, like, figure out where all the damage is going to be in, like, a fraction of a second. This one's not going to sink. Yep, not going to sink. We're already up at 1.03. And this is already underwater over here, so let's check this one. 602 seconds. So, you know, of course, this is taking longer than it should. That's 10 minutes to sink. IRL, this would sink very quickly, but again, this is the part of game balancing. You'll get people who will go, oh, that's unrealistic. That thing would sink in 10 seconds. Yeah, well, this is how we're making moon pools work, people, and we're trying to make it so that the average person who may not understand all the complex mechanics of this can make moon pools work. You know, I would love it if the game was 100% realistic, but it would alienate a lot of community who would not, who do not want to spend copious amounts of time learning the mechanics. We just went over it, Mr. Junks. If you're watching, before when you'd stick this 1x2 on here, it would orient like this. Now it's sticky and it stays in its position. So when I go down here, it's still in its position. It's sticky, see? Before, as I moved over the side here, it would reorient itself. It no longer does that. So if I want it to be flat like this, it will stay flat even if I go like this. If I want it to stick up, it stays up. So I can go like this over the edge. So that's what the sticky position means right there. No, it's fine. I'm just saying, you know, redo it. But, yeah, so that's what the sticky position is all about, is that. So before, when I would go from the side to here, it would automatically go like that. And then when I came down here, it would automatically go like that. Now, it stays in position, so I find this preferable because I can go like this, and then I rotate it. It's not doing it on its own. I'm doing it. So as I move the block, it stays where I want it. I want it on the side. It's on its side. I can move up here, and it's still on its side. You know, so it allows me to quickly... I can orient the block. It's not doing it for me. So I find that to be preferable myself. So, yep, that's what it's all about. Yeah. Oh, you liking my food ASMR? Yeah, it's good, huh? I'm having rice with vegetarian crumbles, kidney beans, and taco seasoning. It's delightful. It is delightful. Full service operation here. For some of those who have the food kink, they can listen to me eat, and they can I just had a good joke. They can join my OnlyFlans. People don't know what flan is. I'll show you a picture of flan. It's a dessert. It's a delightful dessert. This is flan. So that's what the joke OnlyFlan is about. This is flan. So. All right, so like I said, this one won't sink. It's all based on the pressure. So if the pressure exceeds, so like this is some of the stuff I was testing before. Like watch the air pressure. So we're pretty much at 1 atmosphere inside, 1 atmosphere outside. I'm gonna try to do this quickly when I blow it up. Try to run really quickly to the back and check the pressure. You notice we get a huge pressure drop down to like 0.6. This is what's going to determine whether the boat's going to sink or not. Let's see how much water's in here, and I'll guess. This one, I would say, is going to be a no sink. Right there. Yeah. Let's watch. I'm saying a no sink on this one. Yeah, the pressure's up to 1.03 already. We're not going to sink. Now, we should sink anyways. The air should come out of the top damaged sections. It's just not. I'll put on the ship sinker 5000, and if you want a ship to sink every time, it takes you all of about 2 seconds to build a ship that will sink every single frickin' time. Not gonna sink. All right, so you want a ship that will sink every time? Okay. Do this. Here's the ship sinker 5000. All right, patent pending. It is very simple. It is an electric hatch. It is blocks with 1 XML blocks. There's an open area here. There's an open area here. You tape the old ship sinker 5000, and you mount it. Right like that, okay? Pretty simple. Paste it. Merge it. Spawn it. When the bomb goes off, it's going to damage that door, and the door is going to open. It'll sink every time. That's going to give us enough gas transfer. We should keep the gas low. And it should help water come in. Unless today's fix changed it. I know, food ASMR again. As you notice, the air pressure is up, right? But the water keeps coming in through that ship sinker 5000. So if we go down there, notice it blasts the door open. Door's open. And so water is going to come in through these 2 holes there. And it kind of changes this up so it works. All right, see, we're up at 1.07, and we're still flooding. That's how the air pressure's getting up there. They might have they changed it. Let's see. I don't know. We'll see. All right, done eating. So, yep, ship sinker looks like it's not working right now. Which, it does work, but it does not guarantee a sink now. If you look at the air pressure, we're able to get the highest air pressure we have with the ship sinker because it let more water in. It's not letting any air out, though. Let's grab the regular sinker. So I really don't know what they changed. They changed something. I just don't know what the hell they changed. Let's try something here. Now, like I said, frankly, I don't care about ship sinking for my own needs, but a bunch of the community loves that stuff, and so I would like it to work in some sort of balanced state so that they can enjoy the gameplay, but for me personally, not a big fan of it. So, let's see. You know, I like to have the danger there in the event that something happens, but, you know, I'm going to put in, you know, I would put in automatic watertight doors because and automatic bilge systems because the point to me is not to sink. So let's run a little bit of extra air release here. I should have put them in the just right in the stern. Yeah, they got damaged right off the bat, so... Yeah, they got damaged right off the bat. It was silly to put them there. Stick a couple in the stern. Yeah, I just don't, like... I don't know what they changed. It would be nice if they just tell us, hey, we changed X, Y, Z, but they didn't, so it's hard to tell what actually changed, and then therefore I can't really, I can't even really demonstrate what's changed. I'm not seeing any airflow out of... fuck, this is never destroyed before. That's interesting. It's annoying because I need that barometer to do... I've literally never had a bomb blow up this far back. That's why this is all the way in the stern, is they usually stop here. Can't read my barometer inside now. All right, so we are getting air pushing out. I can't read the barometer. That sucks. That's something I needed to be able to read. We're not going to go on with this too much. Like I said, I really don't care too much about sinking ships. I'm just curious what they said they fixed because, you know, people are going to be like, they didn't fix ship sinking all week long. I was going to be, oh my God. I have to roll my eyes all week long. All right, let's catch up with chat here. Big Man's got the Vietnamese chicken stir fry, which sounds good. Con arroz. Oh, Big Man, that's scary. It is scary. It's only flan. It's different. All you do is make dessert and show off your dessert. Well, that's why I explained that one so that if I got a friggin' hit from YouTube of like, you know, something like that. So that's why I explained it. A lot of people have no clue what flan is, so. I also agree that an explained joke is boring. That is why I did it. Yep. Phil's on there bitching already. That's shocker there. Yeah, some people are having testing working, some are not. Maybe Phil wasn't bitching. I was just giving him shit for no particular reason. But yeah, like this is not. I'm not going to change on this. I am getting air relief valves pushing out. Likely, I got to redo this test because the one thing I need not damaged is that friggin' barometer that sits in the hull. That's the one thing I need not damaged, and it blew up. The one part of this whole ship that I need, like you can see the variability of the explosion. The last explosion blew all the way up to here, and then this one stops here. So it's quite a bit of variability in there. So now these are pushing out air. Air cannot go in there because I have the flow valve. So they'll pretty much stop whenever the air pressure, so if the air pressure inside the hull ever gets below outside, it can't let the air back in. That's why they're one-way flow valves on there. So, like, the pressure is high now, but watch this. These are leaking air. Now, it's very slow. It's only, what do we have, 4 times, let's say 12 liters per second total. So it's going to be slow to get the air out, but you notice the air is going one way, and we are getting a consistent airflow out. So one thing I want to try, too, is I want to put a couple of hatches and open them up and see if we get a big change, because like, the thing that would make sense to me is, say, for example, you operate using good practices. You shut all your doors. Like, if you notice, like, when I go down into my engineering section, I shut the door. And I do that because if the ship flooded, the door would prevent the water from coming down and sinking the ship. And so, let's say you left all your doors open. Well, now you have a place for the air to escape. And so the air can escape, the water can get through the doorway, and it can flood the next compartment. So I'm all for that. If that is what they fixed, I think that's cool, because then if you want to sink a ship, leave all your friggin' doors open, man. Put air relief valves in, and it works. If you don't, you can close them up. So we'll do some more testing there. But these are continually putting out. So we'll let this run in the background. This one still under. The nice thing with these tests is every time I go on the workbench, this one is taking forever. No, this was 600. That was 600 last time, so it's on par. Okay, that was the same as last time. Let's grab the, let's see. Let's grab the autosave. Let's put a couple hatches in here. And so I want to check the rate of change, because it could be something with going through doorways. I'm not sure. So they weren't too detailed in what they said they actually changed, so I'm not sure. Put one on this side too. Because like this ship is completely sealed, so you know, that was the whole test, is to do a sealed ship. And so let me make sure ship sinker is not on here. It isn't. Okay, good. Alright, did you delete? Okay, good. These are good. So let's wait for the air pressure to build up, and I'll open those hatches. Because I want to make sure I don't accidentally get it to sink too fast either. Alright, so likely because it's up around 3 now, it still probably will sink with these ports working, because the ports are actively... See, I'm afraid the water's going to go in there too and help sink it. I just want air coming out. See, that's constantly putting out 3, so that's likely going to keep letting water in. Let's open a hatch. It's probably going to let water in, which is going to ruin the test. Yeah, see, it's going to let water in. Kind of ruins the test. I just want to let air in here. Let's see what the air did when I opened those hatches. Yeah, it's not coming out very fast. If at all. Still looks like the air's kind of stuck in there. Not getting any water intrusion either, probably because we have a high air pressure in there. So I don't know. I have no clue what they really actually did here. These, you know, we are getting airflow out of these ports. So eventually I would say, and it can only go one way. So it's not like, see, I'm curious if opening the hatch is letting air back in though too. So let's, so as the water comes in, it's going to pressurize the air, and it's going to push extra pressure air out. So we'll see. Leave these tests running, see what happens. But that was something they said they fixed. So I have no clue. People are doing testing. We'll see what's going on. But I wish the devs would just say like what they changed in detail, because that way people could be like, yeah, it's still happening. Do this, 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 and this. You know. That's one thing they don't do great, is crowdsource some of the information, which I get. You know, sometimes crowdsourcing's about useful as a hole in the head, another hole in the head. Some of the holes in the head are useful. All right, let's see. I kind of like to build something. Let's check some chat. How's it going, Aaron? Good to see you. Zaki's back. I didn't forget to delete the block. Oh, yeah, I did. Okay, yep, you're right. IJK, I didn't delete those blocks. Yep, you're right. What IJK is saying is, I'll go show you. I forgot to delete the Ship Sinker 5000 blocks. That would be why it didn't do it. I see what you're saying. I didn't understand it first, so. Let's go ahead and grab the Ship Sinker 5000. I'll show you what he's talking about and what I forgot. All right, so when I put this in, I didn't delete those 2 blocks, which I have to do. So go like this. I have to make sure I come in here, make sure I take symmetry off too. Also, delete some blocks on the other side. Right here, these 2 blocks need to be deleted like that. Usually when I put it in, I cut out the section first. I forgot to do that. So these are open now. Before they were not open, it was completely sealed, so the door didn't do anything. So like now, that will sink now because the door is flung open. Yeah, you can see it's never really getting very high in pressure, and the water is flowing in pretty fast. So see, it dropped back in pressure. So it's like the damage sections don't want to let air out, because like you see how friggin' fast this thing sinks with a ship sinker on it. It's fast. It's super fast. Like, let's see how many seconds. 22 seconds with 1 ship sinker on it. So like that's what I recommend to people if you must have your ship sink. And the other thing that's kind of cool is like if you you know, if you for example like are trying to go blow stuff up with your warships, you know, in real life you'd have areas of the ship which are critical, which you really can't take damage. And you'll, you know, like between bulkheads, like if this was the bulkhead wall, and so you have a seal compartment here, a seal compartment here. If you hit here, it's going to flood both compartments. And so, like, you could do something like that with the ship sinker. Put it in your hull. You see how, like, it's really pretty compact. Like, you could easily decorate around this. Like, you could easily make a workbench, like, right here. And put an XML block in right there. And now you've got a workbench, and it's actually what will help your ship sink. So put something in like that. As you can see, 22 seconds. It's at the bottom. So yeah, but thanks for pointing that out. I didn't know what you meant at first, but yeah, like this should sink every time. So it's definitely something with the damage is not letting the air out, I don't think, fast enough. Because like this sinks pretty much every time, guaranteed. I've done hatches on top. It's better to let the water in. It's better to put it under the water. So like that. I've done some hatches on top. They're iffy. It's like that other test. Like this every time, 22 seconds. You know. So this was the best way. If you really want your ship to sink, just put a ship sinker on there. Pretty simple. Let's check this one out. This one I'll just leave running. Let's check the water balance on this. Should be able to kind of guess if what's going to... Oh, fuck. I'm in the... God damn it, that ruined the test. Stuck in the build. Yeah, this one's probably not going to sink even with these air vents. So I don't know. I saw some people doing some testing and they got it working. They saw the difference, but again, it doesn't interest me. I really don't give a shit about sinking ships at all. So let's see. What do we want to work on? Get rid of display capture. Let's start with that. For some reason, I kind of like to build a land vehicle. I'm building a land vehicle in a little bit. We did Frog, of course, but I worked on the lifeboat most recently. I'm gonna have to deal with the cranes locking issue. Let's do a quick test here. Try to fix that. That's a big thing that needs to be fixed. Let's grab Tethys. All right, so let's do a quick test. So we'll save this as Tethys test. We'll load the save. I didn't mean to do that. Did I save that? I did. Yes. Yeah, we'll save it as Tethy's test. Okay, we'll spawn it. And then we'll go ahead and we'll save this as Tethy's test. All right, and we'll see if it freaks out. If it freaks out, it probably confirms that it's the hard points. Something's up with the hard points it doesn't like. We'll have to fix that. Yeah, moon pool fishing. Yep. Nah, jet powered nothing. Jet powered jets. All right, so that is not that's not funky. That worked fine. That on the spawn in. So let's see. So something freaks out on this. I don't know what the hell it is. I'm curious if it's the weight. I should have flown under and checked the weight. Trying to get this to freak out so I can solve it. Yep, that's it. Okay. It's the crane, and it's the lock on the hard points. So what we want to do is get rid of them for now. Is there one on this side? I think there is. Yep, there's one on this side. Okay. What I can do is put a timer on it so it doesn't lock for 3 seconds. That way, the game will spawn in and then it will lock. That could be it. That could be a way to do it. Let's go ahead and we'll offset it just a hair. All right, let's save it. Load the Tethy's test. Now, see if it freaks out. If it still freaks out, something else in the crane. Those locks are not working well anyway. Nope. Nope. I hear something connect, and then it freaks out. Let's quickly go in here. I want to verify it's... I don't think it's the weight. It's not the weight. Can't think of anything the weight would be doing, but the weight has the mass to really dick things up. Something is connecting. I can hear it connect, and then the ship goes ape. And it is on the crane, so it's not those hard points. Still causing phantom physics. All right, it defreaks as soon as I jump on the crane. So it is 100% something with a crane. Okay. I might know what it is. Let me check. All right. So it's not the hard points. So let's, I'd say it's not the hard points because we took the hard points off. Let's cut this one and do one more test, see if I can get a freak out again. Cut that out. Because that could be clipping into something on its own. Save that as Tethy's test. Spawn it. It doesn't freak out in initial spawn, and it only freaks out on save spawn in. So let's offset it. I don't think it even needs to be offset. Could be the grippers, I'm not sure. Could be the grippers doing some funky shit too. So let's save that. Thank you there, Turtleman. Kind of like ice fishing, fishing from the moon pool. could be the grippers. If the grippers are doing it too. Yep. Okay. So I think it's the grippers. If it's still misbehaving. All right, let's go through some stuff on this. I gotta fix this. Let's load this. We'll save this as Tethy's test. All right, now let's work on this again. So it's something else. Gotta figure it out. Let's see, we have, do I have 2 still? All right, that didn't fix the problem that I had anyway, so let's get rid of that. Let's check the connections first. All right, both these are fed. They're both electrified. Okay, that's both electrified. I'm curious about this. Let's disconnect that really quickly, and I want to see if this fixes the problem. Because there could be something up with these act as batteries, the hard points, so they could be powering something that should not be powered to start with. All right, let's spawn it. Let's try to save this without moving it, and then we'll try moving it again if I need to. The grippers and the crane, too, act as brakes, so they could be grabbing something they're not supposed to. I have to look at all that. Yep. Something's freaked. Right. So it's not the electrical connection. It spawns in fine. It does not like a fresh spawn off of a save. So I got to look at the grippers on this. So let's try something. So currently, if I'm off of the handle, that's when the locks engage. So let's see. Let's look at these. These are a good culprit for it, too. So let's try something constant on. Let's try something. Take a toggle. Let's go. What do we have here? All right, so we're going to test, see if it's this causing the problem. The grippers. Okay. It could be the grippers trying to grab on. That could be the grabbing noise we're hearing, and it's just grabbing on like too many at once. Right on load in, because there's a lot going on at load in, and so it's freaking out. Surfboard? No, I've never built a surfboard. I don't fish in real life. I used to, but I don't do it anymore. It doesn't really interest me anymore to do it in real life. I like doing the game, though. Yeah, we did not hear a connection on that. What is causing this fucking problem? Seems to be resolved at this point, though. I don't know, maybe. Trying to think what is in there that else could cause this. So now it's behaving itself. So I think it has something to do with those. Yeah, it has something to do with those. Okay. Because it takes a second for this toggle to go. Shit, that's a pain in the ass. That's a pain in the ass. It really is. What is that? What are you right there? Can't see what anything is this close to the build. Let's do a real quick thing here. So let's just do this. I want to first 100% diagnose the crane before I start moving on with stuff. Okay. I think it's the grippers. The grippers are all trying to quickly attach at the same time. And they might be hitting something they're not supposed to be hitting, so they quickly grab and they glitch through a block. So I'm gonna fix it. It's fine on initial spawn-in, but it does not like spawning in from a save. Nope, it's not the crane. Huh. That is interesting. Well, it's not the crane, which I'm actually kind of happy about because I didn't want to have to fuck around with the crane all day. So not the crane. Okay. All right, these move as well. Do these have some sort of... Quickly delete these out. So I'm just going to rip stuff that moves, and we'll fix it like that. All right, symmetry, don't bother being on. Okay. That's what I'm curious about, if it's the weight. That would make sense to me. So what I'll probably do is lock the weight in its starting position until the ship's powered up. I'm thinking weight myself. Yeah. Which is actually pretty good. We can should be able to get that going. I've never had this issue with Triton, though, and the weight, so I'm interested in that. I don't know what this is here. Meter, maybe? Yeah, it's a fluid spawner. Okay. It's not gonna work like that. Let's cut. Is it the center? That has got to be the center. Yeah. Okay. So I'm actually kind of glad if it's not the crane, because that was going to be potentially not easy to fix. Yeah, hope I fix it. We'll see. Should be able to. Yeah, I might not even need a lock it. I could put a delay because it might be trying to move too fast and then it's breaking out. Nope. Fuck. All right, let's do a definitive test on it. See if it's a weight. I don't have any physics flutters in the ship. I don't believe so. I don't think I put any physics flutters in the ship. I can test it, but I don't think I put any physics flutters in the ship, and it would misbehave while we're at sea too. I'll check for physics flutters, but I don't think I have any. I don't think I have any physics flutters in here. I usually don't put them in anything. Let's see. No physics flutters anywhere in there. Nothing in here. So the weight is completely gone, so there's nothing to the weight. No, there's no physics flutters in the tanks here. There's nothing moving in there. There's nothing in here that would cause it. Yeah. There's no weight in here anymore. So it can't be that. Nothing in here. That's meter and that's spawner. Meter spawner in there. No physics flutters anywhere. What's this? Just front empty compartment. Like, I don't even have physics flutters in here, you know, that could have it. What is up? So one test I want to do is get rid of this one pivot there. Let's look at them real quick first. Once I diagnose what it is, I can go back and gently trim it out of the build, but that's left side, left side. Okay, let's cut one of those out. I'm kind of glad we're checking off some stuff that's not, like, it's not the weight, it's not the crane. Those are pain in the asses to fix. Could be the front crane. I'm just doing it one by one. So, doing one thing at a time, and then eventually it will stop, and I'll know what it is. The front crane is misbehaving. It's not supposed to be angled that direction. It's not that. We're going to go to the next. We're going to completely get rid of the back crane. And the front crane's on the to-do list as well, so. But we're doing part by part so we can actually find exactly what it is. A little methodological deletion here. It's funny though, it spawns in fine, and then it's the... so I'm going to keep an eye on that front crane too if it does it again. Because that is not supposed to be in that position. I know why. You know why? I know why it's in the wrong position. Is the... I flipped the pivot, so it's going up instead of down. So that could be it. But no. That was... I did that the other day, so it's not because of that, but it still could be the front crane, but I doubt it. Trying to think what else could clip. It's got to be a clipping issue. Something pushing itself into something else. It's thinking. Nope, still ballsed up. Check rudders too while we're at it. So check the rudders as well. So let's get rid of the crane next. I don't think it's the crane. I think it... Interested if it's rudders. Check the rudders after this test. Just going through all the moving parts. I saw the rudders freaking a little bit when I flipped upside down, so I was like, ooh, I wonder if it's that. Yeah, I'm aware of what a physics flutter does. I already talked about it earlier today when you were on. The friggin' propellers. Did you see the propellers moving? Watch the propellers. That's interesting to me. Yeah, I'll show you what a physics flutter does in a enclosed space. It makes it one block. So instead of having a ton of yeah, I see what you're saying now. I just caught up. The like say you have a watch the props. See the props freaking out? And they blow up. It's the props being pushed into the rudders. 100%. Got it. Got it. All right, I'll show you what a physics flutter does here real quick, Aaron. Yes. All right, so you take a box. Okay. Box. All right, spawn it. F2 it. And you see it is, it has a bunch of different faces on it. And, you know, it has, because it's open. I have no clip on. I do. It's not letting me no clip, though. There we go. So you have a bunch of different faces. So this is all these different faces. And so it gets worse when you have, like, more complex stuff. So when you take a physics flutter, it's turning this into one block. So now, instead of being hundreds of blocks that this is comprised of, or however many blocks it is now one block. So it has reduced that from the certain number of blocks it was to one block. So like if we look at F1, we see we're at 51. You bastard. And then we get rid of that. And now it has more faces. So this isn't a great example of showing that it hurt resources because it's such a small thing. But you can imagine all those faces start to add up after a while. Each of the sides is a different face. Top, bottom, front, back. All those are different faces. And so what it does is make it one face. And then, so like you can put those in your fluid tanks, stuff like that. Any open area, like I had those 2 useless areas in the front, those were causing it. So let's open up this Tethy's new front garage. It is the rudders. See, I don't get why they're hitting, though. This is the thing. Like, we have plenty of space here. That's what I don't get. Why is it hitting these? So it doesn't want me to put a block in there, so I need a block gap off this. That's fine. I'm not too annoyed by having to move these, so that's fine. So this is it. You can see them freaking out. I won't say it's it until we're done testing it, but this appears to be it, which I'm thrilled about. Because, like, I've never had a problem with any of those cranes ever before. And it's usually blocks. It's usually, if you have enough Phantom Physics, it's 2 blocks trying to occupy the same space at once, which I can't remember the Van Damme movie, but I was going to quote from that Van Damme movie. It was a time travel movie. 2 people can't occupy the same space at once. All right, let's get up there. Let's get that up there. So let's give these an extra block of space. All right. Because if that's the problem, I'm going to be thrilled. It's like you can see all these faces here. Aaron, if you went in and you were able to physics flood a bunch of this stuff, like most of this, I'm not going to be able to do it because all these, like this stuff adds a lot of performance issues, like all these turns. You see how they add extra pieces, like in the back here, in the stern, all of this, I could put a physics flutter back here. And that would make it 1 block. So this whole stern would be 1 block. I should be able to do it in the fluid tanks. So you just don't want moving parts in there. So should be able to put it in here, 1 block. You know, put it in places like that. You would not want to put it in with a weight because it fills it. It floods it with essentially like block material. And so that you don't want. But that's essentially what it's doing. Sorry there, Turtle Man. I read yours before I read Aaron's. I sometimes miss the order, and I thought you were talking to me. Let's go ahead and let's save that as Tethy's test. So this is with the new rudders. And that should fix it. Because, yeah, I could tell that the props were starting to wiggle. And the rudders, as soon as it stopped rotating, you notice the rudders would shoot 90 degrees. So I started to think it was that. Because it stopped after a while. It was once the rudders got the fuck out of the way. But the whole time it's operating, it doesn't have a problem. The initial spawn in it doesn't have a problem. It's just on that. They're still fucked up. Why? See, the props are still having a friggin' fit. What are you doing back there, you donkey bastards? What the fuck? This one is the only one that got damaged, too. Interesting. So it's definitely that. I don't know what the hell is causing it. Huh. They're identical, and this one broke. The other one didn't. Huh. They are freaking identical. What is going on here? Let's check F2. I can't check it in here, unfortunately. This should all be... That's clear. Okay, that's piped there. What the hell is causing this? Ugh, it's annoying. See, I don't know why that's hitting, though. It's so weird. That one should have more than enough space. Let's go through and put a gap test in. Let's do a gap test, see what my gapping looks like on this. All right, so we're going to drag from here. I want to see where I can put in here. So this should be like you can see how, see, this is why they should have worked before, is this is all gapped. Like, that's a gap. That's a gap. This is gapped. Like, I could see right here getting pissed off. Like, I could see this getting pissed off. Let's delete that on both sides and see if... I doubt it's going to fix anything, but we'll do that, and I'm going to fix it so it doesn't flood me. But let's do that, and then let's see what's up. Because it's the props are binding on something. It could be this set right here of 1x2s as well. So I want to watch the behavior of them when they come in. Okay, you notice they rotated for just a second. Okay, let's save it. Tethy's test. But it really doesn't like the load-in. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking, is it could be those 1x2s. So I'm just methodically doing it part by part by part. You know, it was destroying the rudders, so something is hitting the rudders. So if it's jammed up between the hull, it would rotate the prop. One thing I could do is put 3 blades on there, which I kind of would like 3 blades anyways, and put them upside down. Okay. Trying to watch it. Okay, so it does the funky Cole Medina there for a second, but it never hits anything. So it did a funky for a second there, but it leveled out, which I'm so happy it's not the crane, because that was a big redesign. That was going to be a pain in the ball sack. Okay, so that's better. Like, I can even live with a little twist off of it there. Well, let's go and we'll grab that 1x2. You know, the important thing is don't do like 5 changes at once. Do 1 change test. It's tedious, but it's how you're going to find your problem. Try to do too many tests. Fuck you. Ugh. Grab the wrong thing. Do too many things at once. You're just never going to... Oh, goddamn. Annoying when I don't get it symmetry on when I need it on. It really is frustrating. Okay. Let's test that. So we'll see if it's hitting the hull there, because ideally I'd like to put the props back where the rudders back where they were. All right, so that's it. Those are a bitch to put in the first time, the propellers. They really were. I had to move a bunch of hull stuff to get them in there, so it does not surprise me that I had them hitting. But, like, there's no issue while the boat's moving. It's fine. There's no issue when we dropped it in. It's on resave. So let's drop it again. Let's save it. All right, I don't see any wiggle. Let's save it. Check it. And I'll see you there later, Rasmus. Thanks for hanging out. Yeah, it's probably those 1x2s are a good culprit for that. We'll see. Because I did have to, it was a pain in the ass to get those props in there because I had to redesign some of the transom to get those in there. Okay, you notice we wiggle-waggle a little bit. They're still, what are they hitting? Let me try to, what the fuck are you hitting now, guy? What is it hitting? So, like, I'm going to try to, we'll see, like, so, like, I can paste there. Can I paste to the left of it? Can, okay. Something, it does not like the, it's You can see it start to like rotate. All right, let's try one with just the rudders gone. Both rudders gone. No, goddamn symmetry's not on. Put it on. It's getting old. Me having a rudder. Undo symmetry, redo symmetry, undo symmetry, redo symmetry. Big pain in the balls, it really is. I didn't see him wiggle on that one. I do need friggin' rudders, though, so... Alright, so they're definitely hitting 100% of the rudders. How the Christ am I going to fix this, though? That's the problem. Alright, so they're hitting the rudders. Let's grab the fresh Tethies down here. Let's yank the rudders completely. Now, again, this is, like, right here, there's nothing there. So that really shouldn't be hitting anything, but it is. So let's go ahead and we'll delete all of this shit. And then I want to see what it's doing. So let's actually not delete all this. Let's delete all this. Screw it. Symmetry's not on. I just noticed. Awesome. Thanks. Big pain in the ass. Alright, so no prop wiggle on that at all. I'm so glad it wasn't the crane. That was going to be a big to-do if it was that. I just assumed it was the crane because it makes the connect noise right as it happens, so... And I can't see underneath when it spawns in, so... I did move them one block back, and that wasn't enough. Alright, so that 100% fixes it. Alright, let's just play with some shit here. Alright, I did move them just one back, and that wasn't enough. So let's try moving them one back again. I don't think we'll see if that's enough, but I did move them back one already, and that was not enough. I might do multi. I can't do it with these. No, fuck that. I fucked that up the way I did it. Okay. Really don't want to go two back. Screw it, go two back. I really don't want to go two back, though. Try one. I tried one before and it wasn't enough. Get rid of this flange and then... That's not helpful there, guy. Okay. Yeah, some people act as though this is like innate to stormworks. It's like any physics-based game, you put two blocks into one another, they're gonna do the same shit because it's just like IRL. It would just stop it when it wouldn't be able to move into it. In game, it allows it to go in, and then you have two things occupying the same space, and they can't cope. Let's watch for wiggle in the props as I launch it in. No wiggle. Okay. I already moved him once. I wonder if it was that top 1x2 that was causing all the problems. Could be that 1x2. Because what I'm curious about is when the props spawn in, I wonder if the blade angle is actually the other way, and then it goes to where you have it set. And so it's actively moving the blades right off the bat. So I wonder if it was this piece right here, but we'll see. Okay. Launch it in. Save. Tethy's test. Load Tethy's test. Yeah, we did that one where we moved it to 1 and I'm still doing it, but hoping I have to move it 2. 2 is excessive because I start getting the rudders way too far back. I don't want them that far back, and I don't want to extend the length of the boat any. I like the size of it. And I can't go forward any. Could be that. Yeah, see, one block back works. It just it still hits for a second. It's something like these blades are starting in a different position, then they straighten out. I don't want to go back anymore. I really don't. I'm happy with that little wiggle as long as... Let's turn on, make sure damage is on. Vehicle damage is on. So it would have damaged it if it was going to damage it. So look at the antennas. Let's do one more load in, see if I can't get a really good watch on those. I'm curious if my hypothesis is right, that it's the blades are starting in at an angle and then they snap to the front position and they're hitting something. So what are the... You could see the rudders moving. I want to be able to see this. Like, you could see the rudders move positions. Interesting. Very interesting. Let's try something here. Let's trim out some of this facade around the rudders. See if they still do... Goddamn symmetry, I'm telling you. I'm going to lose my mind with the symmetry at the moment. Let's play with that for a second. See if getting rid of some of that bullshit fixes it. Okay. I'm going to go right here. I don't know if my... Yeah, I'll see if my character will go where I can see the rudders. So at least we got most of it figured out here. Could push it back a second block, but I really don't want to. Kind of almost don't mind it wiggling a little bit as long as it does it. Prefer that over pushing the rudders back more. There's going to be comically far behind the propellers at that point. So I want to watch what the rudders do. You could see the rudders were actively trying to like angle themselves. What is that about? See that shit? I bet I might know what it is doing. Okay, let's try this. The rudders are flipping out. So let's grab reg tethies. Let's go into the... Disconnect the rudders for right now. See where they're connected to right now. They are going to here, right there. Okay. All right, so I'm curious if the PID is causing those rudders to go crazy for a second, and then they straighten up and fly right. And so what I want to do is, it's too much for it to do when the game is starting up. So what I'll do is I'll make them so they lock at a 1 position, and then give it like a 3-second counter, and then they activate. And we'll see if they freak out. I think it's the rudders wigging out, and their rudders are wigging out so much they're hitting the propellers. And so it's making it seem like it's a propeller issue when it's not. It's a rudder issue. See how they're at 90 degrees? See how they're starting at like 90 degrees? What the hell are they doing? It's like they're being attracted to it. That is fucking weird, man. That is so weird. Yeah, that is so weird. So the thing that was actually fixing them was that they were the PID was kicking them back to where they should be. What is going on with that? That is weird. Let's take out some facade, make sure it's not just a clipping problem. But that's weird. I don't get that. I'm trying to figure out what could be causing that. Oh my god, every save I don't have symmetry on. It's really driving me nuts at this point. I keep leaving it on too. Is it not friggin' doing it? Is it not saving my setting? I don't know. So let's watch them. It's 100% the rudder's going crazy. So now they're disconnected, so it's nothing my PID is doing. It's them just innately going bullshit right when we spawn in. It could be the wing segments are like overreacting. But I need the wing segments to make them work as rudders, so. But it's the rudders, 100%. I gotta pay attention to this test. I just got a message I was gonna read. So see the rudders go 90 degrees? That's 100% it? Okay. So it's not them clipping in anything. The rudders are no longer powered. I've never had this issue. Triton has the exact same type of rudders. No problem. It's cut off the bottom. Oh my god, every time symmetry gets reset. The devs did that. That's going to piss me off. That's annoying. Every time it resets symmetry, piss off with that. It was stopping. You know, see, the problem was pushing them back one was not. It was not fixing them in the sense that it was fixing the problem. What it was doing is it was fixing the consequence of the problem. Was the rudders will go 90 degrees really quickly. They would hit the propellers, and that would cause the damage. By moving them back one, they would still go crazy, just don't hit the propellers. So I'm not actually solving the problem. I'm just like solving the damage caused by the problem. So I want to try to solve the problem. Okay, so it's, yeah, okay. It's like there's an attractive force between the rudder and the, and that. That's so friggin' weird, man. What I think it might be is the wings, you know, they have extra lift, and I wonder if they're friggin' just coming into one another. I bet you it's something with the wing pieces, I think. Yep, every time it resets symmetry, I can't do that, man. That's really, that's brutal to me. I can't do that. That's you gotta keep my settings the way they are, man. Can't keep changing them every time I save, or I'm gonna lose my mind. There we go. So it's definitely a rudder problem. Moving them back one it still freaks out, but it doesn't hit the props, so it's not catastrophic. Still having a problem, but it's not catastrophic. So I'm gonna get rid of them if they're really still causing that problem. I have to redo them. So I want to watch the pivots on this spawn, and yep, it's the 100% the wing segments. Something is up with the wing segments causing the problem, because the wing segments are turning the pivots. That's exactly what it was. The wing segments were turning the pivots. All right, now we gotta try to fix it. Ugh. God damn, this is gonna suck. I don't think I'm gonna be able to make big enough rudders that are not donkey brains here. Shit. Ugh. I've been using these for everything too. All my ships have these types of rudders. These have these pivot rudders, and I've never had a problem like this. Symmetry's off again. God damn, I can't take that. Stop doing that, please. Stop shutting off symmetry, game, please. Just can't do it. Can't change it every time I load the game. Can't be done. Wish I knew which direction they're supposed to go to, kind of. Actually, leave them right there. Just move them down. Okay, this one stayed in. All right, good. At least we have one because of the stupid symmetry bullshit. At least I have one of the rudders still in there. Okay. So this would be interesting too. Is I kind of want to try building compound rudders. Compound rudders are kind of neat. They're rudders, the entire rudder moves, and then there's a tab on the back that also moves. So let's try some compound rudders. See if these work for me. Okay, where is this going? We make sure all these are oriented the correct direction, so. That is correct. That is not correct. That is correct now. Okay. So if I can make these compound rudders work, I'll be actually happy with this change. If I can't, I'm gonna be kind of bleh. But at least we figured out the big problem, because that was really kind of breaking things for me. I'm curious why they do that. Okay. Let's do a test on this first and make sure that they don't freak out. So I think it's I think it was essentially the wing segments have lift. And so the wing segments were trying to pull themselves. When they first spawn in the world, the game is not fully loaded in, so they go nuts. They go like, what do we do? And they were yanking themselves to one direction. And because they were yanking each other to one direction, it was then hitting the propellers, which was causing damage. And then they finally figure themselves out. What the fuck is this now? There's some attractive force with those propellers. What the fuck is attracting on this? God. You can see it. It tries to glue itself to that propeller. That is fucking weird. I wonder if it's something to do with the way these blades turn is like the same as this, and it's like, oh, you're one of me, come over here. So compound rudders is, oh God, symmetry. I can't take it, man. Can't take the constant symmetry not working. I really can't. Normally, I don't load it in this many times, so it's not a big deal, but like I'm constantly loading back in. It's constantly like, nope, fuck you, your symmetry's changing. I probably just never even noticed it before. Okay. Worst case, I can just I can go back to the rudders, push them back a couple blocks so they don't interact. It definitely feels to me like watching these now, they're getting sucked towards the propeller, like the propeller's trying to grab them. It is super strange. It's like the propeller is trying to grab those parts. You know what? I'm actually curious if the propeller hub, because the propeller hub has to be different from the propeller blades. Because if you think about it, when you damage the propeller, the blades come off. So what I'm curious is if the propeller blades are not attached to the hub until the game spawns in, and then every one of the blades is trying to grab to the hub, and the pivots are trying to also grab to the hub. That's I bet you that's what's going on. Because it seems like the pivots are getting grabbed by the propeller hub. Yep. That's it. It's the pivots are trying to get grabbed. So the section of the pivot is trying to get grabbed to the propeller hub. It thinks it's part of the propeller hub. That's what's happening. That's funky, man. So that's what's happening. That's weird, man. Okay, so that's what's happening. That's odd as shit. Okay. All right, I'm pretty sure that's what's happening. It's probably the way that those work is that the blades are actually not attached to the hub until the game spawns in, and then it's trying to grab. It's like, okay, grab parts. It's like a magnet saying, hey, you know, we're negatively charged. Grab all positively charged pieces. And the propeller blades are positively charged, and the pivots are positively charged. And so it's trying to grab all the parts. And then once the game kind of settles down, it's like, okay, you're all good. You know, I bet you that's what's going on. That would be my whole thought on it. So now I got to see if these are strong enough to make me work. What the fuck is this? Why are these instant? Could just be the PID trying to overcorrect. We'll see. Gotta wait for this to spin up. Yeah, I never load the game in like that unless I'm doing testing, so I probably just have never noticed it. It's normally, you know, you change it once and you're good for a while. And I was constantly doing reload tests, so that makes sense, yeah. Yeah, it's not a collision problem directly because, like, I could put the spacer blocks in there and they weren't hitting. And when I'm operating it, when I'm moving the rudders, they don't hit. I think it's an attractive force trying to get the parts together. All right, see how effective these rudders are. It's not terrible. No, it is terrible. Fuck. That's not gonna do it. Balls. That's annoying, man. All right, couple more quick tests. Let's try something else too. What is that? What is that new block called? The one that map icon block. That's it. Let's stick this in here real quick. I'm trying to find where the hell I am here. Let's go in here. Okay. Map icon block. All right. I doubt that will fix it, but let's try something. All right, before I go screwing with those props, with those rudders too much, they're just going to get moved back. One block makes a very minimal issue. Two is, it's too far back for me, but it's definitely better than the other bullshit. So let's verify this. Let's go ahead and we'll spawn this. The props are gone now. No, we'll wrap up after this testing. But it's good we get to the bottom of it. I was terrified it was going to be the crane because that would be a huge problem, like having to rebuild the crane, and then like the crane works so well. I really didn't want to have to destroy the crane. The weight, the counterweight, I've never had a problem before. That made me afraid that shit, some of my other counterweight stuff's probably not going to work right. So this is actually, it's reasonably doable. I don't put these propellers on much. All right, let's check it real. All right, see, no issue. It's 100% them getting sucked towards the propellers. That's what it is. Them getting attracted to the propellers. All right. I would confidently say that. Where the hell am I? All right, right here. Let's do a quick couple tests. So that's it. Couple quick fixes I can do, but I really wanted to diagnose this and see what the hell was going on. Let's go like this. Symmetry back on for the 9 millionth time. Okay. Okay. So I didn't have any issue there. Okay. Not seeing any issue there. You know what? No, those are separate bodies now, yeah. This is interesting too. Let's merge them. I think I had my propellers merged as well, my rudders merged as well. I don't know if I can't remember if I did or not. Let's see if they freak out now. I'm seeing nothing going on there. It's not trying to attract it. Interesting. It definitely was doing it underwater though. Okay. So I'll probably just end up moving those propellers back at least one. Hopefully not have to do two, but I think that's what's causing it. It's definitely that. You know, you delete the propellers, the rudders are fine. Delete the rudders, it's fine. Rudders and propellers, they're trying to attract. You see they go 90, they start freaking out. It's based off the pivot because the control surfaces were also attracted to the propellers. So I'm interested in that as well. Let's try one quick test here. We still get this test bench up. Let's go like that. Come on, man. Nothing there. Okay. All right. So definitely figured it out. That's good. I have to put in some systems I'm not thrilled about, but again, I just have to move it one back, two back at most. and I'll fix it. It's not ideal, but again, I'll follow my own advice. You know, you don't see what's underneath the hull most of the time anyway, so don't fret about it. You know, I'm fretting about something I'll probably never see again. But it does suck, and it's a pain in the ass. So it's, you know, not thrilled about it, but it's not something I'm going to cry about for the rest of my life. So, easy fix. I'm definitely glad it was that and not the crane, because I would have been upset if it was the crane. It's just, I really like that crane. That crane works really well. It's currently my new favorite crane, and if I had to re-engineer that, that would suck, and I would be unhappy with that. So, kind of glad it is what it is. Let's go ahead and we'll thank the members here. So thank you, Santa Mountain, Connor Boyle. It was good to see Connor Boyle again. Danny, Sergeant Chaos, Aaron Repairs All, Rasmus Johnson, Man of VR, Citrus, Anton Anderson, and Zaki. If you guys are interested in becoming members, look down in the description below. A bunch of benefits for members, like first call in the multiplayer games, if you're interested in that. If you're interested in becoming a Patreon, we have a Patreon, Chicken Soar. Thank you, Chicken Soar. And if you're interested in that, also in the description below. If you guys enjoyed the video and you are new, please consider subscribing. And if you did enjoy this video, please like it. And if you like any of the other ones, please like it, as it helps me out. Thank you guys for watching, and we'll see you in the next one. Bye.